Today on Doomed, I have returned to the stream, ladies and gentlemen. Matt Binder here, host of course, the show that's known as Doomed with Matt Binder. And after a week off, I am back live in front of all you. And, not much happened over this past week, right? Of course, per my luck, as usual, I seem to have, decided to spend some time with the family upstate during a slow summer week in the middle of August when apparently everything that could possibly happen happened. I honestly, let me put myself up on the screen here. I honestly feel a little bit like that Japanese World War II soldier who, like, after 24 years, like, emerged and didn't know that the war had ended and had to be, like, convinced that, like, no, it's been like 24 years, my friend. You may you may come out of the jungle. But acclimating me back into the everyday life grind, the daily news grind, I guess I should say, I could think of no one better to do so than my buddy, Lance from the Serfs. Lance, thank you so much for joining me today.
Thank you so much for inviting me. This is a real pleasure.
Now, it's amazing that I honestly never take any time off. I never go on vacations, never, ever. And this year, it just so happened that got invited to do a family thing upstate last week. And then next week, I'm going to be gone again because I got invited to do another family thing. So went from going on 0 vacations a year to all of a sudden this year too. And as the stars align in everything but my favor, apparently this is the one August ever in history where things happen.
Yeah, a lot of things happen. I was going to ask you, were you doing the Dave Rubin thing? Because I don't know if you know this, like once a year, Dave Rubin tries to pass off the fact that he goes on like a month-long vacation as some kind of holistic retreat where he wants to unplug. And he's always like, oh, I don't know what's going on. What happened in the news?
I actually was not purposefully doing that, but I'm glad you brought that up because I wasn't completely off the grid for like Monday and Tuesday of last week. I was every now and then just checking my phone to see what was going on. And then on Wednesday, the place we were staying had this like creek behind it. And there's like a little pedal boat, the ones that you pedal with your feet. And so I was like, hey, my kids, my 7-year-old and my 3-year-old, let's go on the boat. So we go on the boat. Everything's beautiful. My kids decide after a couple minutes, though, they want to go back. Okay. So we pedal back to the dock. I pull up to the dock. I go, hey, kids, let me get you guys off. I'm going to go a little bit more. Mom's right there. Go walk to her. They get off. They're afraid to walk the 2 steps up the little ramp onto the land, like the ground. So I go, okay, I'll jump out the boat real quick and just take those 2 steps with them and then jump back in the boat. As I get up, I hear a bang on the boat. I look down, and there goes my phone hitting the side of the boat, and then all of a sudden it bounces in the air, and then almost as if the creek is taunting me, as my phone hits the water, you just hear a little like bloop, the little water, like when you drop something in the water sound. And there went my phone to the bottom of this 20-foot creek, 20-foot deep creek, and gone forever, apparently. I did not handle it well.
Did you have a full rage moment? Did you mauled in front of your kids?
I did. Let's put it this way. My daughter, my 3-year-old I didn't know she was doing this. I was told afterwards. She was trying to match my energy when she saw how upset I was. And apparently my little 3-year-old girl was stomping around behind me. I did not notice, going, shit. And then I that was it for me for a couple of hours. I was very upset, and I was told later that day that apparently my daughter was saying, "Oh, Daddy mad." So, but that means
I mean,
that
I get it. I think like the fates conspired to make sure you were off the grid though. Like there's like normally when I'm like, yeah, I'm going off the grid, I'm still like, oh, but what's going on Twitter? I'm like, oh God, put it back down, you know? So you were fully off. You were disconnected from the world.
right, right. I mean, their mom, my partner, my girlfriend, my, we've been together for a long time. She had a phone. I used it to take photos, like, because the trip continued on. But as a punishment to myself, I was like, I'm not going to be. Actually, also because after taking photos, I had to hand it back to her and couldn't be scrolling Twitter while on her phone. But
On vacation.
yeah, on vacation, other than taking photos, I did not use that phone for internet. And then, I do now have a phone. Funny thing is, just a week before I went upstate, my sister got the iPhone 13, and I saw her at my mom's. We were visiting, and I said to her, "Why would you get why'd you get a new iPhone just like weeks before the new one comes out in September? I'm waiting." And then lo and behold, I lose my phone. I'm someone too that, by the way, I never drop my iPhone ever. Like I am someone who's completely like always on top of that. My phone didn't even have like a screen protector. It was in pristine condition because it's like always on my mind that stuff. And then of course when it's not, it's doing the most extreme possible thing to fuck it all up.
I was gonna ask if you decided to get the Freedom phone because that would have been a good opportunity to finally buy one.
Right, right, right. No, no. I got the same exact iPhone I lost, which was the iPhone 11. I could have got the 13, but I was like, no, I gotta. First of all, I don't want the 13. I wanted the one that comes out next month, and now I'm not gonna get it. And as a punishment to myself, I'm getting the iPhone 11 again. It's the cheapest one they still sell in the Apple Store, and that's my punishment. I go another year at least without a new iPhone. I mean, it's a new iPhone, but without the latest model iPhone.
Yeah, it's not the 13. I'm not an iPhone guy, so I had no idea what the number is. I just found out right now that it's that 13.
Mm-hmm.
The unlucky iPhone.
Yes, and I didn't have that one. But see, here's the thing: if you check every like Apple aficionado website right now, they all like change their websites in August to like they go to that article that says like is now a good time to buy the latest iPhone, and at like the second August hits, they all update that article to say no, do not buy the latest iPhone because in just a few weeks Apple announces the new one because every September the new iPhone comes out. So we're just weeks away from iPhone 14. The iPhone I probably would have gotten if I didn't drop my phone at the bottom of a creek. Lo and behold, I will not be getting that phone.
Notice that you're launching the Mac versus PC wars in your chat right now.
Oh, am I? Am I? Well, I mean, listen, I've always had Mac computers not always, but for a very long time. It makes no sense to not just have everything synced together. I gotta say, I will say this: iCloud. If you have an iPhone and you don't use iCloud backup, I mean, I learned the hard way previously when my iPhone like 6 bricked like years ago. After like I had it for like 5 years, it just like died, and I lost a bunch of stuff. But I would have lost a lot more now. But I learned my lesson from that. iCloud backup. It's a lifesaver. If you don't spend, I think it's like $3 a month for 500 gigs of iCloud backup space, just do it. $3 a month. And then I literally lost nothing but like a few photos I took earlier that morning. Everything is back on my phone pretty much.
We should probably disclaimer: this stream is not sponsored by Apple.
It's not sponsored. This is legitimate advice for anyone who has an iPhone. Don't ruin your week, month, year, and lose all your kids' photos and things like that because you don't want to spring the $3 for the backup. It saved my ass.
Fair enough. Wait, I was gonna ask, did you even catch any of the Alex Jones trial? Like, did you miss all that as well?
It ended, I think, like a day before I left. So I caught most of it. I think I caught all of it, actually. Maybe there was something that... No, I caught it all with the phone. But I didn't talk about it on this show because my last episode was on a Thursday. And then a couple days later was the last Alex Jones trial. And then here we are. So you know what? Enough about my personal woes and horrible. It was fun to talk about, but now let's get to the news, right? So we'll get to Alex Jones in a second because I need to find out. I mean, I've had a number of people after I tell them how out of the loop I've been, try to catch me up on this Trump stuff. I was online when Monday night the word broke that Mar-a-Lago was raided. I've come to find out that apparently raided is not really the correct term because they didn't like. When I heard the term raided, I was like, "Holy shit!" They went like FBI agents just dropping from a helicopter, swinging through windows and shit.
Yep.
Like that scene in in National Lampoon Christmas Vacation when what's his face steals oh my god, Chevy Chase's kidnaps Chevy Chase's boss.
Yeah.
Right. So that's what I was thinking.
I thought you were gonna bring up the ladies and gentlemen, we got him, because that's what a lot of people thought. They're like, oh shit, it's going down. This is what they've all been talking about.
Right. Yeah. No. So I saw that. I saw the raid, and then I saw like the next day all the Republicans playing defense. And then it wasn't till Thursday morning when I got a quick look at Safari on a phone that wasn't mine. I was like, let me just go to like the biggest site and see what like the biggest headline is. So I was like CNN.com, and it was like Trump had nuclear documents. And I was like, what?
Yeah, it just got wilder and wilder. I'll tell you, someone who was watching it mostly live and reporting on it at the time. We should rewind like 2 months. I think with the timeline, we should rewind 2 months because it was 2 months ago, according to, I believe, Trump's lawyers, that the Department of Justice called Trump asking for him to return what they considered to be sensitive documents, and he refused. That's one side of the story. So that was apparently 2 months ago. And then fast forward to the raid itself, we wouldn't have even known, by we, I mean just the commoners, the public, we wouldn't have known that he was being raided had he not made a statement about it, had he not released that giant statement. Well, sorry, he wasn't raided, by the way. We should be completely clear about that. But he released a statement, and I've got it here, so I can read it for your audience. There are dark times for our nation, as my beautiful home, Mar-a-Lago in Palm Beach, Florida, is currently under siege, raided, and occupied by a large group of FBI agents. All lies already in the first line, because he posted this after the fact, after everything had calmed down. So no, it was not currently occupied when he was truthing it out on True Social. Nothing like this has ever happened to a president of the United States before, which true. After working and cooperating with the relevant government agencies, this unannounced raid, not true, on my home was necessary or appropriate. It is prosecutorial misconduct, the weaponization of the justice system, and an attack by the radical left Democrats who desperately don't want me to run for president in 2024, especially based on recent polls, and who will likewise do anything to stop Republican and conservatives in the upcoming midterm elections. Such an assault could only be taking place in broken third world countries. Sadly, America has now become one of those countries, corrupt at a level not seen before. They even broke into my safe, and that's with an exclamation point. What is the difference between this and Watergate, where operatives broke into the Democratic National Committee? Here in reverse, Democrats broke into the home of the 45th president of the United States.
I gotta say, I was like amazed at some of the reactions to this. In like obviously they were going to defend him, but the thing was the night I did see was like the main talking point I saw. This I guess was Monday night or maybe Tuesday evening. I'm seeing over and over again. It's like, it's like talking points go out for these guys. I was seeing this online a lot. It was if they could do this to the president of the United States, imagine what they could do to you. And I'm thinking like, and I saw other people make this point. So this isn't an original Matt Binder thought, but this is a great counter to that point. We already know what like law enforcement does to the plebes, the everyday American citizens, or in your case, dirty Canadian citizens.
Yeah, we get we get CSIS rates here. It's not nearly as fun. Um,
I mean,
well,
the
your,
idea that
to your
like
point,
the fact that it's happening to Trump means like something really must have had to happen because these agencies, these law enforcement groups, whether it be the FBI or CIA or local law enforcement or major city or whatever, they never ever go after very powerful people unless maybe if it's a financial crime done against even more powerful people. That's like the only like Bernie Madoff, for example, is the example of like, oh wow, they went after him. Oh, because he screwed over people who were even more wealthy and powerful than him. But like, other than that, powerful, wealthy people never get this sort of treatment. This stuff never happens to them. So the fact that it happened to Trump, it's not, oh, this could also happen to you. The fact that it happened to Trump is, holy shit, what the hell do they have on him?
yeah. And then to your point, I think a week prior to this, the FBI raided a black socialist organization. So it's definitely not a matter of what if they come for you. They've always been coming for you. If you happen to be a communist, a socialist, a leftist, if you have to be a civil rights leader, if you happen to be Martin Luther King Jr., like throughout history, the FBI has traditionally gone after what it sees as enemies to the United States. And yeah, so all of us were just caught wondering what the hell is this all about? Like, why would they do this? What do they have on Trump? And Fox News went full on immediately into the whole like, well, this is a political attack. This is Joe Biden attacking his possible potential political opponent. This is a banana republic. We got Marjorie Taylor Greene saying defund the FBI. We got Charlie Kirk saying defund the FBI. We got Steven Crowder saying defund the FBI. So the Law and Order Party all of a sudden just went like full ACAB, like instantaneously full ACAB. I was just like, whoa, what the hell? And
For them,
yeah,
it's very
details
specific
emerged.
though. For them, it's very specific. For them, it's like ACAF. They just want to defund the FBI, because if this was the boys in blue, your local law enforcement, your NYPD, your LAPD, your whatever, you insert even smaller, more corrupt law enforcement and local sheriffs. The most like corrupt you can think of. If we were talking about these guys, they would have seen like whatever the FBI has on Trump and been like, let's help him brush this under the rug.
Well, but that honestly, that's what seems to have happened, because apparently they already talked with them. Like they apparently said you return these specific documents. That's what the story is that took place before they underwent this procedure. But I think everyone has to be incredibly clear that something of this nature, the severity of what just took place, and yes, the unprecedented historical implications of all of this, to get to the point that it did, would have to have been presented to a judge and to have ironclad evidence that not only were these documents exactly where they're looking for, they're specifically what they need for the judge to be able to sign off on this, knowing full well what the implications would be. Right, like they knew that something like this would blow up. And it did, of course.
Right. I prefer. Where is this? I prefer the idea that this version of Joe Biden. Where did it happen to this picture I had? This version of Joe Biden just appears on screen. I don't know if you'll see it, but you should. This version of Joe Biden appears on screen here. Joe Biden eating an ice cream cone. Now imagine this version of Joe Biden simply in a room with Merrick Garland and FBI Director Wray, and he's just like, "Hey Jack, we're gonna raid Trump today, Jack." that's the ticket, guys.
Did you see any of the Dark Brandon stuff that came from all of this?
There was Dark Brandon stuff going around. Yes, that was Monday night. So I did see the Dark Brandon stuff that dropped Monday night. That stuff I saw. I think I even made a joke before I lost my phone. R.I.P. I think I said something like, Dark Brandon transforms into Brandon the Executioner or something like that.
That did happen. But yeah, I think because Fox News ran with this so fast, and brought on Rand Paul and all the Trumps basically one by one to kind of pay tribute and say this is definitely Joe Biden going after his political opponent. I think what needs to be stated very clearly: the FBI director is a Federalist Society right winger who served under Bush and was appointed by Trump. So for him to undergo this and undertake it, he wouldn't do that unless it was, again, of the utmost importance, of what they were looking for was serious enough to warrant something of the severity, and they had no other options. And so every single time you see the right try to spin this entire thing into this is a political witch hunt, this is a coup or attack, like it falls very, very flatly and very quickly.
Right. Yeah. I mean, let me play this clip. Actually, this clip. Again, I didn't see this live, but I was searching for Fox News reactions, and this one to me is extra funny because, okay, so again, the timeline here is, you had said how months ago the FBI had, I think that was actually the one that was just months ago was the second time they reached out to him. I think they actually reached out to him in like January at first, yeah. And then there was a second time a couple months ago, and so then Monday that's when they, I don't know what it's called, if it's not a raid, like a search and seizure. I think that's what it's called. They enter Mar-a-Lago without breaking through windows, which unfortunate. Yes, I know, very disappointing, honestly. And they go in, they take tons of boxes out of the storage area in like Trump's private office in Mar-a-Lago. And so that happens Monday night. Then Tuesday, all the speculation. Wednesday, the speculation continues from what I believe. You could correct me if I'm off on the timeline. And then on the 5, on Fox, this is around like between 5 and 6 p.m., last Wednesday, the 5 are talking about this. And this is what they had to say. I believe the person on the 5 who gives us the great quote here is Dana Perino. Let's take a listen.
I don't understand how a document can be this critical. Like, unless it has, you want the picture, you're saying if it has a picture of Putin and Trump making out?
Yes.
Like, short of the nuclear codes being written on these documents in a locked behind closed doors, I just really don't understand how a document could warrant this kind of warrant.
So apparently, this is at, I believe, what is it? 5:13 p.m. I found a version with a time code on it. August 11th, 5:13 p.m. Washington Post, I believe it was the Washington Post, breaks the story like 2 hours later that Trump had nuclear documents. So Dana Perino is like, unless this was the nuclear code, I don't see why this would warrant it. And so apparently, I mean, I don't know if Trump had the nuclear code exactly in those documents, but nuclear documents are nuclear documents. They're pretty, this is stuff that would be sought by people, regimes all over the world who would want their hands on this stuff. Trump is friends with one specific country that, two, maybe more than that, but two off the top of my head that would find this information very interesting. There you go. The nuclear documents that Dana Perino was saying would warrant this sort of reaction. Cha-ching.
I don't think they're the nuclear codes specifically because I think they cycled those on a regular basis. And so I think it was very highly sensitive information related to nuclear blank, maybe capabilities of the United States, the location of nuclear warheads, anything like that. It was serious enough to warrant something of this level. Then some chess happened. I don't know if you followed that part. I think it was around either Wednesday or Thursday. Thursday, Merrick Garland comes out, does a press conference, and in the press conference, he basically states, here's why, he was raided. Trump has until Friday at 3 p.m. to basically either release the documents himself or we will. So, or sorry, he can shut down. He can cancel us releasing the information on it if he wants. AKA, if Trump wants to withhold the search warrant, he can choose to do so. And if he does so, it makes him look very guilty. It was kind of a chess move, right? And if he doesn't do it, you'll all see why the search was. So Trump tries to do the 4D chess and then leaks all the documents to Breitbart. Now, when he leaks parts to Breitbart starts showing the actual reasons why and the crimes that he's suspected of committing. And that's the first time we find out about the Espionage Act, thanks to Breitbart, I guess, accidentally putting, that part or piece in their story. And then afterwards being like, Espionage Act is an old thing from World War I. It's not important. Don't worry about it, kind of thing.
Okay, so the Espionage Act stuff, I completely missed. That wasn't even like when I checked really quick that Thursday morning for that headline news, it was just like Trump had nuclear documents. I missed the Espionage Act discourse. So they are actually looking at the Espionage Act for Trump?
That's one of the things. It's obstruction of justice, mishandling of classified documents, and the third one is the Espionage Act. Those are the three.
I gotta say, let me pull this up. I gotta say, I'm gonna owe someone an apology. It's gonna be, I'm a big person. I'm gonna really have to apologize to this person. I'm not a fan of theirs. I really don't like them so much. But let me pull up this tweet. You all remember Louise Mensch? She had that famous tweet long ago where she tweeted, "My sources say the death penalty for espionage being considered for Stephen K. Bannon. I am pro-life and take no pleasure in reporting this." Now, this was in July 2017, and myself, along with many other people, we eviscerated her over this. We mocked her for years. It was one of the funniest tweets I've ever seen. The fact that Steve Bannon would get the death penalty for whatever Louise Mensch was saying was so funny. So over the top. She was out of her mind. Now, I think we can all see that where Louise Mensch went wrong is that she just actually didn't set her sights high enough. She was looking at Steve Bannon when she should have went up the chain directly to the Lion King himself, the king of the jungle himself.
Who amongst us is not committed to a little light treason? I mean, at the end of the day, can we throw stones here, Matt? I was thinking back to it. I was like, the last time I can think of something like that is what, maybe Reagan, selling missiles to Iran and then being like, well, I didn't know at the time, so it's not so bad. It's like this could be potentially incredibly serious. It could be.
That was a surprisingly good Reagan. That was. Oh. It was a little bit like if Reagan crossed with like Mr. Burns from The Simpsons, I guess.
Oh, okay, that's good. I'm gonna pocket. I do a wicked Burns / Reagan.
So,
I don't know if you caught it. Did you see all the stuff with Bruce Reinhardt?
Oh, I do have a clip. Let's get that in a second because I wanted to play one more Fox News.
I don't want to spoil. If you have the clip, then you got it.
There's one more Fox News clip I want to play because just a few days later, this is from August 15th, on I believe it's Fox and Friends, or no, it was the 5 again, but just like days after the Dana Perino comment, Will Cain apparently has something to say about the nuclear documents Trump has, and whether that's the end-all be-all, like Dana Perino said. Let's take a listen. This is once they knew that Trump had nuclear documents.
8 days since I guess a week tonight is when the search warrant was. We found out about the search warrant.
So
I don't know if we actually know all that much more because honestly, it is a little bit hard to keep up with. It was these documents, then they're not. They're nuclear, but they're not. But they're this, and then they're not. And I think Greg and I were talking in the green room, like it's kind of hard to figure it out. And then it's like, well, we got to just basically, I don't know. I'm not losing interest in it at all. I'm just kind of frustrated about not.
First of all, I want to add that she said they're nuclear and then they're not. That's they're nuclear. and then Trump tried to say they weren't or something, if I recall. And they're just going by Trump's word, even though we now know from literally the FBI or Justice Department, I think Justice Department documents, that no, they are actually nuclear documents that they're looking into that Trump had. So she's already trying to backtrack here, but Will Cain has the good line here.
Having any information.
But I think it will stay in an intentionally ambiguous place, a blank slate that serves the FBI and the DOJ's purpose of finding anything. I agree with Danny McCarthy that it is a fishing expedition. We'll never see the probable cause affidavit that you referenced. I think you're right about that, Dagan. That would require specificity. And if that's the case, then they would be boxed into us understanding what it is they went in looking for. It's not truly about declassified materials or classified materials. It's not even really about the Espionage Act, which, by the way, can encompass and does in the statute very minor grievances, like not giving information over to the National Archives. Not that you're a super spy with the nuclear codes, but you just didn't simply comply with the National Archives. It's not about any of that. It is a blank slate that allows the DOJ to find something, anything, to disqualify Donald Trump from running for president. Either disqualify him in a long, drawn-out legal case that ends up at the Supreme Court, or simply in the American public's mind. And if that's the case, to your point, Dagan, it better be egregious. It better be more than the nuclear codes, which, let's be real, change when administration changes. It better be egregious.
They change regularly, right?
So we went from last week. This raid, this FBI raid again. At the time, that's what they thought it was. Trump better have the nuclear codes, because that's the only thing. These nuclear documents would be the only thing that would justify the FBI going into Mar-a-Lago. Then we find out, oh shit, that's exactly why the FBI went into Mar-a-Lago, and now they've reverted to this new line, which is, hey, if this is going to be justified, it better be more than just those nuclear documents.
Yeah, I don't know if you covered the timeline of how they kept changing their story. At first, Fox was saying that the FBI may have been planting the documents themselves and planting the evidence. Then Trump confirmed that he indeed had the documents, but he has a right to have them because they're declassified by him. At which point, Ken Klippenstein correctly pointed out, if they were declassified, then I'm sure a Freedom of Information Act would allow me to retrieve them. And of course, no, because they're not declassified. Because the president apparently doesn't even, I didn't learn this until now, the president doesn't have the power to declassify nuclear documents. That actually, at that level, it has to come, I think, from an act of Congress or something like that. What did they move from after that? It was like we went from, okay, so he had the documents, he didn't have the documents. Oh, Trump had a right to get them back. Trump has a right to have them. And now at this point, I think they've gotten to... I can't even remember the very last one that we're at now. He's changed his story like 6 or 7 times. Maybe I'll look it up to get the most recent one.
I actually have in front of me a list that someone on the website, Mr. Show Rules, on. Do you remember Fark.com? F-A-R-K, Fark.com. It's like one of the old like Web 1.0 websites that's still going strong apparently. This user put together a list of the 25 different stories that were shared so far. And here we go. These are all, I think, from Trump's perspective. Here we go. They're 1 through 25, from the oldest to the most recent. Here we go. There were no boxes at Mar-a-Lago. Other people brought those boxes to Mar-a-Lago. Archives could have retrieved the boxes anytime they wanted. All the documents in the boxes were declassified. I was protecting the boxes for the archives. The boxes were planted.
Protecting the boxes.
The boxes were planted by the FBI. Obama had more boxes. The documents should not have been classified in the first place. The documents were already returned. They were my documents. There was a standing order that any documents I took out of the Oval Office were automatically declassified, mishandled, and rushed move by GSA. Invented hoax because J6 committee ratings were dropping. Laws against espionage are wrong. Documents are protected by client attorney privilege. Documents are protected by executive privilege. Not only were the FBI wrong in taking them, they better give them back. That's my favorite thing. The sensitivity of the documents has expired. Like President Nixon said, if the president does it, then it's not illegal. I don't believe in the classification system. It was an assassination plot. Charging Trump would cause so much mayhem, it would be a monstrous mistake. Every president takes classified documents with them when they leave. Mark Meadows planted the documents. And then finally, so far, the final one so far, I couldn't trust National Archives with the documents because they're controlled by Biden and Obama. Wow.
No, part about that is that like the MAGA crowd eats that all up too. Because I kept thinking during this process, when am I going to see the breaking point? When am I going to see? Because it's like Nixon, right? It was the court of public opinion that eventually turned and had Republicans in the GOP be like, "Oh, okay, we can't support this. This was clearly an illegal act." So when is that going to happen here? Because they've been following Trump along every step of the way. I can debunk the one about Obama because the National Archives debunked it in real time. They tweeted out that President Obama did not steal 30 million documents. They were actually released as per the way the system works. Like, it was not that he stole them; he had them, and then they got back.
I have to say though, I have those National Archives tweets in front of me, and there's something very suspicious about them. Look, let me read them verbatim for you here. Ready? This is how they go. Look, Obama does not control the National Archives. Let me be clear.
Is that your Obama?
Let me be clear. I am not the one, Obama, I should say, is not the one writing these tweets either. Something was off about those tweets. Something was off about those tweets. That was my Obama. Not as good. Not as good, I guess, as my Trump's a little bit better, maybe. Neither is very good.
your Trump is solid. Yeah, the thing is with them following it and all these like endless excuses. Again, I kept thinking to myself, when are you going to see a break in the dam? When is the breaking point? Because like they keep pushing, and this is still the narrative, that this is a political witch hunt, that this is to be able to stop Trump from effectively being able to run in the next election, and that Biden is like, can we also keep this in mind, Matt? While you were gone, right before this happened, the narrative about Biden from the right was that he is a senile old man drooling and shitting on himself. He can barely hold a sentence. The guy is basically not there. That was what the right was saying every single day. And then this happens, and then it's like he's a Machiavellian super genius, 20,000 IQ. He's orchestrating this entire coup from inside, and he's trying to destroy Trump before he ever becomes president again. Like that was the switch. It's just like one to the
before I lost my phone, I explicitly recall the night that news about when it was called a raid, that Monday night, the night that broke, the big video being passed around by the right was that clip of Biden getting off the plane and struggling to put his coat on, or getting like out of a car and like struggling to put his coat on, and like Jill Biden had to come over, his wife had to come over and help him get the other sleeve on. I mean, that type of stuff happens, whatever. But that was the one being passed around to say that he was look what he just did. He's so out of it, so senile. And listen, I'm not a big Biden fan. There's no doubt about it that Biden from, just when he was Obama's VP is not the same Biden that we have right now. Mentally, he seems like he's a little, he's older. He's a little, geez, like how many years older?
He's way older than I would ever want to be and be the president of the United States.
Right.
At that age, it's like, I want to hang out with my grandkids. I don't want to be in charge of the world's imperial superpower.
Yeah, I want to be sitting in front of my TV set watching my my old favorite shows. Yeah, I mean, this is all like they constantly do this with Biden too. Like, he's an idiot, senile old man, someone else is in charge, and then all of a sudden he's like the like you said, an evil genius. What I love is that they really hate the Dark Brandon thing.
Oh, they do.
It's so funny.
That's one of the biggest reappropriations of 4chan alt-right culture and transforming it since like Pepe was taken back.
Right.
To be honest,
in my opinion.
Well,
in my opinion, Pepe was never really taken back. So I agree that Dark Brandon's probably
think he got taken back.
No. I think if you're using Pepe now, I will give you a look like, All right.
We saved Pepe. We saved him. Didn't you see the documentary? Even the creator of Pepe has been like, "Oh, we finally got to see salvation."
We didn't. We didn't save Pepe.
We're gonna have to have a Pepe debate one day.
Yeah. I mean, you could just go and see how he's used on 4chan still to this day and stuff. We didn't save Pepe.
They can keep using it, but like I feel like we got it back. Anyways,
Right.
I won't derail.
Moving on. We'll do the Pepe. Yeah, we'll do the Pepe debate another day. But the Dark Brandon thing is so funny too because it angers them because we've the left and even like milk toast progressives did it too. Like they finally were successful at doing something like that. Like even libs. But the thing here too is like the thing I was seeing when they was being used like early last week, they were like, "Oh, these memes are so lame," and like they don't get that like the Dark Brandon meme isn't like one of those like genius memes in and of itself. Like the funny part about it is that you guys called him Brandon because you thought you were being subversive, and then we just all started calling him Dark Brandon just to be like, okay, you want to call him Brandon? We'll do it too. And that like pisses you guys off. It really isn't like a really like funny, haha, hilarious meme. The funny part is how much it pisses you guys off. That's what you aren't getting.
Well, I would say that, and plus you just mentioned how like really mainstream liberals are using it. That part is also really weird because it's like, do you know how this originated on like 4chan culture? And this was an alt-right meme about MAGA and dark MAGA and all that. But yeah.
Right. But I even was like, some of their Dark Brandon stuff was pretty corny, the ones that I saw. But I was like, you know what? I know that every one of these memes is enraging some corny ass MAGA guy who's sitting in front of his computer with a Meme Wars cap on their head. So yeah. So I know. Veteran. So Meme War veteran. That's the one. So you know what? Shitlib. I'm happy you're doing it. Go ahead, have fun. This one's yours.
Yeah, exactly.
This is that meme. The one with the black and white fists, muscly arm fists embracing. That was the left and the libs for the Dark Brandon meme last week.
I've also kind of liked how the left has reappropriated it, and they kind of show Biden's failings with Dark Brandon memes too, like Dark Brandon, and then it'll show like Somalian airstrike or something like that. So that's also been interesting.
Right. Oh, there's one that says like, who did I say? I think it was Hassan who I first saw, but it's like Biden's face, and behind him is like almost like a train arrival type design, and it's like Abe Shinzo neutralized. There's like just a list of random things that happened in the past couple of weeks that they're just giving to Dark Brandon. Like he's the one who accomplished it. He took out Abe. He did all these things. I was like, all right, that one's pretty good.
Yeah, that's fun. Yeah, I'm with you. Let's let the libs have their one meme, right? Because like we saw all the memes they tried to do, the Pete Buttigieg dance. What were some of the other ones? They've all been abysmal. Like
those are all super corny. Oh, if they're doing a meme to prop up some horrible lib politician, then screw that. Dunk on them all you want. If their corny memes are targeted to the right and the right is losing their mind off these corny ass mainstream lib memes, then you know what? Hell yeah. Get them doing them all those memes all they want.
Well, we got to talk about Bruce Reinhardt.
Oh yes.
You said you had.
Yeah, let's play that clip. All right, you got to tell me more about this, but let's play this. Let's play the clip first so people could see the because this is crazy. So apparently Tucker Carlson was much like me last week and apparently was out all week. Tucker seems to have taken off.
So Tucker disappeared off the face of the earth, and kind of so did Glenn Greenwald. But the thing with Glenn Greenwald is that I think it's because his husband's very sick. So there's nothing I want to say about that. I hope his husband recovers. But with Tucker Carlson,
same.
Yeah, he disappears, and Tulsi Gabbard takes over the show, which I think is something that 8 or 9 different leftists are taking credit for. I think Owen Higgins has the record of the earliest person to say that was going to happen, but there's a number of people I called this, and I was like, well, everyone was calling this eventually as Tulsi was taking this very clear turn to the right. Yeah.
Right. I remember someone asked me really early on in the 2020 primaries, before it was even 2020, 2019. They're like, what do you think of Tulsi? And I was like, listen, You want to consider her an ally solely for the reason that you think she's gonna like endorse Bernie or whatever? No, this was been before 2019. This was been before she threw her hat in the ring.
Mhm.
Because we were talking about like, should we? Someone asked me like, should we accept support from Tulsi Gabbard or whatever? And I was like, listen, in a primary race, if whoever wants to throw their support at your candidate, you want to accept that, and the candidate should obviously. That's fine. That's something different. But she is not a leader of any movement here. She's not even on board with like most of what you or the left even agrees with. Because at the time, this was before she even like did her complete turn. I was like, in no shape or form should you look at her as like the future of any of this. She's someone you want to accept her support for reasons of just siphoning off those weirdos who support just her to like get them to vote for your candidate. Fine, but other than that, no. I will say I had no premonition that she would be replacing filling in for Tucker Carlson. That one was beyond even me.
Well, people were saying like, who's going to do PragerU first? And is it going to be Tulsi Gabbard, Jimmy Dore, Glenn Greenwald? And then everyone was like kind of voting on that. I even ran a poll on it, and she just speedrun the whole thing. She's like, fuck PragerU. I'm going straight for the source. I'm going right on Tucker Carlson tonight, you know?
That's so. Was she on the night this all broke?
No, she was the host of Tucker Carlson tonight's show on Friday, last Friday.
Oh, okay, so Tucker was there because when's this Brian Kilmeade clip from? Because it looks like he was subbing for. Let's just watch it and then we'll figure it out.
Yeah,
yeah. This is Brian Kilmeade, subbing in for Tucker Carl. Oh no, he was subbing for Hannity. I think maybe that's who I'm thinking of. He's subbing for someone. You know, Brian Kilmeade loves subbing for Fox News hosts. So he's subbing in for someone. And they show this photo on the screen. And it is, just take a look at this and we'll discuss after. Just, wow. Wow.
So a picture of Bruce Reinhart. This is the judge in charge of the as you know, of the warrant. And we'll see if he's going to release it next. He likes Oreos and whiskey. Sean.
So that is a photo, apparently, of, to your right-hand side, if you're watching this, is, what's his name again? Bruce Reinhart?
Judge Bruce Reinhart, yeah.
Judge Bruce Reinhart. Now, is he confirmed to have been the one who signed the documents, or was that just the right's version of snooping and sleuthing, and they're probably going to get...
He is the judge who signed off on the documents. As people who are way more in the know than I am, because obviously I have no legal expertise, but this is something that a judge, having been presented with, would require the most, and they keep emphasizing this, ironclad evidence beyond a shadow of a doubt to see something like this and sign off on it, knowing full well the implication. This is something that, if ever put under scrutiny, would have absolutely no cause for a single lawyer to look at it and be like, you shouldn't have done that. That's basically how it's been explained to me.
Okay, so on your right is a photo of him, and on your left is Ghislaine Maxwell. That's how you pronounce her first name, right? I haven't said her first name in a while, right? What is it?
Ghislaine.
Ghislaine. Okay, well, that's an interesting pronunciation. So for anyone who doesn't know, like, if you were like me and were gone for a week and you're looking at this photo, you might be going, wow. Well, let me tell you that this photo is bullshit. It is photoshopped. How did you I mean, it's quite obvious. It's quite obvious. But in case you're like, you know, for my dad who's watching this right now, who definitely will not know if a photo is photoshopped, this is Photoshop, Pops. That is apparently a real photo of him holding Oreo cookies and some alcohol, but it's of him on his couch getting ready to watch a football game. And his version of that photo was superimposed over, you can guess it, Jeffrey Epstein, who is actually the person in this photo with Ghislaine Maxwell. I mean, literally their source was user what I meme to say.
And it's on the picture in the center. It's when I first saw that, I was like, no way, this clip is real. And then I looked at it, I was like, oh my god, they actually did that with the at of the meme generator in the middle of there. Like, oh my god.
Right. Now let's just play this one more time so we can see Brian Kilmeade's reaction, because it's important to see his reaction and then hear what his version of events were when he had to apologize after. We're going to play the very beginning. Here we go.
Bruce Reinhart, this is the judge in charge of the as you know, of the warrant, and we'll see if he's going to.
Now he's stuttering all over himself because in the moment, now I'm not in his head. I don't know what he's really thinking, but as someone who does this sort of thing, obviously not a professional like Brian Kilmeade in a real nifty, real deal TV studio, but as someone who does a version of this sort of thing, I'm familiar with that sort of stutter when you're caught off guard by something that is so like out of it, like egregious that you're like, what the like in your head, you're like, what the fuck? You're at a loss for words. Clearly, that is what happened to Brian Kilmeade. Now, granted, he is easily the least bright of the Fox and Friends, so maybe that is how he usually gets through his hosting duties, stuttering like a buffoon. But my take is he sees that photo go up on the screen, and because if you're in a TV studio, you're looking down directly at a camera, but they usually have like a TV screen either under the camera or multiple ones to the side, so you can see I've been in a TV studio before doing hits. So I am assuming he's looking at himself or looking at what's being broadcast. He sees that photo, and he is going, did we really just fucking show that? Because it wasn't a joke. There's no setup. There's no punchline. They're literally using that as an actual photo to show their viewers what Judge Reinhart looks like. He even says there he is holding the Oreos and the bottle of tequila as if it's an actual, real, legit reference photo. And then later on, apparently, I don't have the tweet in front of me, but let me see if I can pull it up real fast, because
he got corrected, Sean Hannity, in real time, by the way. Sean Hannity was like, I don't know, that's a real photo. I guess we'll find out next week.
Right. Because it's his show. His shit's on the line too, I guess. But I mean, this is a guy who was going after the Seth Rich.
I did a flea more in your chat, so I should stipulate. I was being silly when I said Ghislaine. The correct pronunciation in French, I believe, would be Ghislaine. That would be how you pronounce it.
Ghislaine? Okay.
Yeah, Ghislaine Maxwell.
I prefer Ghislaine. Anyway.
Yes, me too.
Anyway. Okay, so here he is. No, so he was subbing for Tucker Carlson, he says, which is weird because why would Sean Hannity care? I don't know. But here's Brian Kilmeade, August 12th. Last night, while subbing for Tucker Carlson. Sorry. Last night, while subbing for Tucker Carlson. I can't get through that without laughing. Last night, while subbing for Tucker Carlson, we showed you an image of Judge Bruce Reinhart with Ghislaine Maxwell that was sourced on screen to a meme pulled from Twitter and wasn't real. The depiction never took place. This depiction never took place, and we wanted to make clear that we were showing a meme in jest. Where was the punchline? Where was the meme? Just sourcing it to a user who just happens to have the name meme in their username means shit. You guys literally source regularly a friggin' Twitter user named Cat Turd on the regular. Like, legit source the guy, Cat Turd, @CatTurd. And it's not even just @CatTurd. I'm pretty sure his full username is @CatTurd2. You guys aren't even sourcing the original Cat Turd. You guys are constantly sourcing Cat Turd 2. Legitimately. So no, just having a user with like, I meme what I say on the screen as the source does not give you a pass to show that photo and not give it any context whatsoever, and then use it as a reference photo for the judge himself. I mean, they should this. I mean, I don't know how. If Judge Reinhardt wanted to sue Fox News over this, I think they would very quickly settle, and for a decent chunk of change, because there's no way I think they would not lose this.
Yep. No, I completely agree with you. I think the wildest part about it at the end of the day is they tried to pull just a prank, bro. You're a news organization, at least you're supposed to be, right? Like it's in the name. You're Fox News. Like I know that they fuck up all the time, they lie, they're deceitful, but they're supposed to be held to certain accounts and standards. This one, this is a fuck up of such a high magnitude that I was astounded. I was like, I didn't think the clip was real. I thought someone doctored it. I thought someone uploaded that to Twitter and like superimposed the wrong photo, and everyone was losing their minds. And then I was like, there's no way Fox actually aired that. But I was wrong.
Right. I mean, never think too highly of them, I guess. Just really stunning. The fact that they wouldn't even like did like Fox, the company, the conglomerate, did they put out a statement even, or did they just throw Brian Kilmeade out there to tweet something?
Yeah, I think they threw under the bus. I haven't seen an actual apology. Not even Brian Kilmeade. He didn't do an apology. Like that's not an actual apology. That's just like, hey,
right,
it was a meme, just a prank,
right.
bro. Don't worry about it.
Right. That's him. We wanted to make clear that we were showing a meme in jest, but you didn't make that clear in the actual footage where your audience of, geez, how many viewers does Fox News get? Like during Tucker Carlson's show, like 2 million plus. How many of that 2 million plus? What was you gonna say?
I said, I think like 6. I think Tucker Carlson gets about 6 million viewers.
Well, there you go. 6 million viewers, whatever. Millions and millions of viewers watch Tucker Carlson every night. How many of those millions and millions of Tucker Carlson viewers then mosey along down to Brian Kilmeade's Twitter account at Kilmeade? I can tell you that he only has 695,000 followers. And you damn well know that those people aren't all checking. First of all, they're not even all real. Second of all, they're not all checking his account on the regular. It has 9,000 retweets, 14,000 likes. I mean, we're literally talking about like, what, 1% of that? Not even. Really, not even. We're talking like a 0.0.
So I just saw good news. Fox News won't apologize for airing phony meme of judge who approved FBI search of Trump's home.
Wow.
So there's your answer. We will not apologize.
I mean, I don't know what they think they could do there. I mean, they don't even say they didn't provide any context in the clip. I mean, I'm not a lawyer, so I'm not going to, but if I was in Reinhardt's shoes, let me tell you, I would be, you know what? I'm sure I would have had lawyers already dropping in my DM saying, I will, do this pro bono.
Someone's literally knocked on my door. Can I come back in like 2 minutes?
Oh yeah, sure. Maybe it's a raid. All right, let's what time is it? Oh, while Lance is gone, let me tell everybody what we're doing. So like I mentioned, for the next couple of weeks. So like I mentioned, I am once again gone next week. It is I don't even usually take a full week off. And then this year I'm taking 2 weeks off, not back to back though. So this helps. So I will be gone next week again. I will hopefully not drop my phone anywhere, so I won't be completely cut off. But then after next week, I'm back normal. We're back, baby. Regular, normal stuff. But for this week, you're watching Doomed with Matt Binder right now on the live stream. This will be up as a podcast later too, at doomedcast.com and on Apple Podcasts, Google Podcasts, Spotify. And then Thursday, here's the news for Thursday. So if you are a Majority Report fan, you might have noticed this week that Emma I messed up. I'm sorry, Emma. Emma Vigeland is off. Well, not off really. She's out sick because she was the last holdout in the MR crew to not have COVID. That streak is over. She got COVID. She tested positive. So she's out. And on Thursday, I will be filling in. I will be hosting the first half, as if I was Emma. I will be doing that day's interview on the Majority Report. We could call it, what is it? It's the Majority Report with Sam Cedar, Monday through Wednesday and Friday. And then on Thursday, it is the Majority Report, right? Right. Well, this Thursday, it's the Matt Majority Report. There you go. So I'll be doing the first half. Matt Leck will be joining me, obviously. Like he's always there, as usual. And then I will be joined by Brandon Sutton of The Discourse for the second half of the show, as usual. And me and Brandon and Matt Leck will be doing our normal fun half. So it'll be a good time. And here's what I'm thinking right now. Being that I'll be out next week, and I wanted to give you guys extra stuff. I wanted to fit in an extra live stream to make up for it. And of course, Scam Economy will be Thursday night as usual too. 9 p.m. Eastern time right here on YouTube and Twitch. And then as a podcast afterwards, new episode of Scam Economy, my show criticizing the whole crypto Web3 NFT space. That will be on Thursday night as usual too. So full blown, you get noon, not 1 p.m. as usual when I join the Majority Report on Thursdays. Noon to 2:30, 3 o'clock. Matt on the Majority Report. 9 p.m. Eastern Time, Scam Economy on Thursday. But here's what I'm thinking. Right after Majority Report wraps up around 2:30, 3 o'clock, usually in between that time, I'm thinking we're going to do a post show. A post show. A post fun half show right here on the Matt Binder YouTube channel and Twitch channel. So 12 p.m. to 1 p.m., first half of the Majority Report, Matt Majority Report, Matt Binder filling in for Emma and Sam Cedar, hosting the show. Then 1 p.m., joined by Brandon Sutton of The Discourse for the Thursday crew, sans Emma. 1 to 2:30, 3 o'clock show. We'll do clips, phone calls. And then as soon as that's done, right here at youtube.com/MattBinder and twitch.tv/MattBinder, I will go live again for at that point it will be our noon to 1, 1 to 2, 2 to 3. So we'll be starting hour 4, 3, 4. I don't even know. We'll extend it. Call-ins, we'll do more calls. We'll keep the calls going. I'll probably do like an hour and a half. Maybe wrap up around 4:30. Yeah, marathon, right. 4:30, 5 o'clock. And then I will eat dinner. And then at 9 p.m., we'll be back for Scam Economy. And then right after the Scam Economy main show, going live again for the call-in post show at 10. Holy shit, I'm going to be streaming a lot on Thursday. So there you go. I didn't even know you were back. Lance?
Oh, I was just enthralled at all the amazing streams coming up. That's incredible.
Yeah, I know. So there you go. Matt
would spend time anywhere else.
Right. A Matt-rathon. So I will be doing that Thursday. Full streaming for it's like call me Hassan Binder on Thursday, all right? That's how long I'll be streaming for. Oh man. So yeah, and then I will see you guys on after that Thursday. There'll be uploaded stuff on the podcast streams the week I'm gone. I'll have stuff scheduled. But then I'll be back live on after August 9th, 18th, which is Thursday. I'll be back live August 30th. So you guys won't miss me long. You will all miss my birthday though. I'm going to be off on my birthday. I'm sorry, everybody. You could all tweet me happy birthday on August 23rd.
That's incredible. A lot of energy. You're actually going to stream longer than Hassan does. If you're going longer than, what is that, 11 hours?
No, not full blown. So it's 12 to 1 is the first half of the Majority Report. That's 1 hour. Then 1 to around 3, that's another 2 hours, is like the fun half. So that's 3 hours. And then I'm probably going to go live, let's say another 2 hours till like close to 5. That's 5 hours. And then I'm going to take a break because my family is going to need to eat dinner. And the kids are probably going to want to eat with me. They don't want me streaming in another room while they're eating. And so then I'll be back on at 9 for the Scam Economy first half, which is the interview, which is then 6 hours. And then I'll be doing the phone call live stream portion of the show, which usually goes 2 to 3 hours. So we're looking at 8 to 9, maybe close to 10 hours on Thursday.
That's amazing.
Yeah. I mean, honestly, that'll be a sneak peek for everybody of what the dream is if I had enough Patreon subscribers. If I had enough Patreon subscribers. If I was able to do this full time and not have, another job, I would stream that much, honestly. I would. Because you'd be paying, I'd be getting paid enough to do it.
Where can people find your Patreon?
There you go. Thank you. Patreon.com/MattBinder. To support the show, my goal is to, my short-term goal right now, and we're creeping up to it, is to get 500 patrons so I can bring someone on board to help me, cut up content and distribute content and get it on air. I think one of the problems is I'm not getting clips out. And when I do my, these shows go for like 3-4 hours and that turns some people off and they don't catch, clips that I don't have the time to make. So my first goal is to get 500 subscribers, bring someone on board to help do that. And then the next goal is like 1,000 to 1,200 subscribers, because that would get me somewhere where I would have to sincerely consider, doing this full time and leaving my job, honestly. It would be enough to close to covering everything. And, it would be able to sustain, doing this and only this.
So if you want marathons on a regular basis, you should go to patreon.com/MattBinder and go give him any dollar you have to spare to make that dream a reality.
There you go. Damn. Maybe I should look into, when I get the marketing budget, bring it in, lads to...
I'll record all your promos. All right.
All right. What were we gonna? Who was at your door, by the way?
Oh, it was Amazon.
It was who?
Amazon. I got an Amazon delivery. Yes.
Ooh, what'd you get?
It's a pair of headphones for a nephew that I'm getting him.
Ah, cool. Yeah. What kind of headphones?
Gamer headphones. Yeah. Because he's a gamer and wants to be a better gamer and do gaming. So
interesting.
Yeah.
So Lance, oh wow, it's already been an hour. This was a lot of fun. Time flew. I think this might have been one of the best episodes, and we're on like episode like 220 something. I think this is gonna go down as one of the best episodes of Doomed. It was really like top 10 material right here.
Oh,
this was a lot of fun.
Awesome.
What
your view was amazing too. You had like 500 viewers.
Yeah. Do I really? Damn! Look at that. Yeah. Between Twitch and YouTube, we're over 500.
Oh, with Twitch, you got like 670.
Yeah. Wow. Damn. All right. Do you got somewhere? Do you got somewhere to be, or do you want to talk about a few more things?
I'll stick around for a little bit because I do want to talk about something very serious that we said we'd talk about at the start, and I think the people deserve this conversation.
Oh, what's his?
Alex Jones' phone.
Oh, let's do Alex Jones, and then I'll let you have your Tuesday night, and I'll take some phone calls after that.
All right. How much do you know about Alex Jones' phone?
Okay, so this is what I heard. Okay, so I was watching the trial. It was like the final days before I left. I saw the I think it was like the punitive damages for the family, for the parents of the Sandy Hook victim was like $2 million or something, right? It was something like in the single digit low millions.
I think it was close to 4, something like that.
Okay. And then after that, there was the compensatory damages was low, and then it came the punitive damages were higher. Right? Well, whatever it was, It came out to like something like what, like 40 million or something like that, 20 million. I don't remember, something like that.
Yeah.
But then I read that
On there.
right, and then I read that in Texas there are laws that cap those damages, so they'll actually get a lot less, still in the low millions range, but not the double digits, not the seven figures that were being thrown out. But I saw the whole thing where the lawyer got Alex Jones's phone records because Alex Jones's lawyer accidentally sent it to the Sandy Hook parents' lawyer. I saw all those clips. I saw the jury stuff. And that's everything I saw. I heard that there was apparently nude photos of Alex Jones' wife or ex-wife. I'm not sure which wife being passed around.
And Alex Jones himself.
Nudes of Alex Jones?
Yep. Yeah. The lawyer confirmed having seen them.
That blood red beat body in its entirety. I mean, wow. Wow.
Yeah, brain force plus rushing to his veins, apparently. Yeah.
So what did I miss? What did it? If that's not all, what else? What am I missing here?
Okay, so the most glorious thing of all of this was that Alex Jones testified under oath that he had no text messages or emails pertaining to Sandy Hook after X date. He lied and he perjured himself because it turns out he did have text messages after that date because they found out because his own legal team sent them to the other legal team. So that part is just, chef's kiss, schadenfreude, enjoy yourself. What's more interesting is that now his phone had turned over to the January 6th committee to find out what they had on that. The nude photos of his ex-wife were sent to Roger Stone, which is another interesting part that came from all of this. But the most important part of all is that right now, as reported by multiple news outlets, Tucker Carlson is shitting himself because of the text message correspondence he has with Alex Jones and does not want them to leak.
Wow. Wow.
Yeah.
Wow.
I have no idea what they are. No one does at this point. They haven't been leaked. They haven't been released. I'm going to be interviewing Alex Jones's, the Sandy Hook parents' legal team, the lawyer. I'm going to see if I can get some more details out of him.
Oh, you got to interview with him.
Yeah, I saw he was on TYT and I was like, oh, I'm just going to message him because his email is publicly on his website. He's a lawyer. And then I was just like, hey, would you do an interview? And he's like, yeah, I would. I was like, okay, amazing. I didn't expect you to respond. So cool. I'll ask him some questions.
Oh, great. When are you talking with him?
I think in a week and a half.
All right, cool. Let me know when and I'll check it out. That's damn, I'm interested.
It was a chef's kiss. I'll be honest. As someone who has covered Alex Jones for so long, to be able to see that moment in court where I don't know if you got to see the prelude. Before that happened, Alex Jones started to have this entire complete fit where he's like, oh, Alex, I got a problem with my larynx. I'm having a lot of problems. I'm going to need a lozenge. And then he was like reaching for like lozenges and Ricolas, and he was just like eating them like candy. And every question, he was like, after every single one. But that culminated with that moment, that incredible, I swear to God, people in the future will not believe the movie of this. If they see a movie based on this court trial, it's going to be too outlandish. They'll be like, none of this happened. This is way too exaggerated. And it got to that moment where he set him up. He did the whole hook, line, and sinker, showed him the text messages first. And he's like, is this you? He's like, yes. So you confirm it's you. It's him and Paul Joseph Watson. The texts are back and forth. Is this you talking about Sandy Hook, acknowledging that you still think Sandy Hook is fake? He's like, yep. And he's like, do you know how I got these? And there was that beautiful moment where he's like, oh, I sent it to my lawyer. And it was like, your legal team sent those over to ours, and after 10 days did not execute attorney-client privilege, at which point we had the right to submit it into evidence. And they showed the lawyer, and the lawyer's just sitting there like, well, this is neat. I'm in a trial. This is fun. We're lawyers.
Right. I did see that. His lawyer was sitting there trying to almost like, baby, if I don't move, they won't see me.
Yeah. I know. I couldn't believe he was just sitting there. He's like, I was like, no objection, nothing. All right, this is just going to continue. Here we are. They objected so many times for garbage, and every single time it was overruled. And then Alex Jones even said well, what is this, your Perry Mason moment? And it was. It was like holy shit. I was floored. If you also missed it, Alex Jones was told and instructed specifically by the judge, you are not allowed to talk about this trial outside of the courtroom with anyone other than your lawyer. Do you understand? First lawyer's like, yes, ma'am. Alex Jones, yes, ma'am. Boom. Alex Jones goes on InfoWars, does a whole special on how she's potentially part of a pedophile ring, shows footage of her on flames, starts calling the fucking the jury that's going to decide how much he pays, starts calling them blue collar slobs that are out of this world, all this shit. I was like, I cannot believe this. I cannot believe, like, everything he did was exactly what you were supposed to do wrong, to such a degree that I was like, this, no one will believe this. No one will believe any of this took place.
Wasn't he saying shit about the like everybody? Like, wasn't he talking? Wasn't he claiming that like one of the Sandy Hook parents were like mentally disabled or something like that? He was claiming something. I remember.
I don't remember the disabled part. He definitely made claims on his show multiple times that the Sandy Hook parents actually like him and they're friends, and he's trying to speak to them in the courtroom and they won't let him, and that he wants to take them out for dinner, and that they're being manipulated by an evil lawyer and legal team, and that's actually what's happening here, and that the whole thing is part of the deep state. He had to keep tying the whole thing into, this is an attack by the Democrats on free speech. They don't want me to be able to tell the truth. That's why they're trying to take me down. And I was like, no, this is not a criminal trial. Like, even the judge had to tell him multiple times, you are not in a criminal trial right now, okay? You've been found guilty of libel. That's what's happening. We're trying to determine how much you have to pay. It had to be explained to him multiple times. He was chewing gum at one point, and the judge ordered him to take the gum out of his mouth. He was like, oh, I've actually got a hole in my mouth from tooth surgery. It's actually like helping compress the hole. Did you want to see it? I was like, what are you doing? The judge just had like unbelievable patience. I couldn't believe what she had to put up with the entire time. It genuinely is one of the funniest things.
You know, it's incredible. It's incredible that whole thing went down. I saw that. I did see that too, about how, like, not even just Alex Jones, all of the right was talking about it as if he was going to go to jail if he lost. It was so weird. It's like they never heard of a civil suit before. Like, they literally only think you could, and they kept calling the Sandy Hook parents their lawyer, the prosecutor. There's no prosecutor. There's a prosecutor.
The judge had to explain all of the processes multiple times to his legal team, and like, where did you find these people? Honestly, where did you find them? Like, why did you not prep Alex Jones for the stand? Why did you allow your client to go on his own like program multiple times and disparage the judge and the jury? Like, everything Alex Jones did is like textbook what you should not do. It's the opposite of what you should do, especially in a civil trial where you could be like, liable for millions. And that's what it came down to.
It is. I'm looking forward to seeing how those other cases go, because the Texas one was built for in Alex Jones's favor, to be quite honest, because of all the various laws in that state. When he's got to come up to Connecticut for the other lawsuits, Connecticut don't have any cap on your what you got to pay or whatever it is. I'm having a mental block right now.
Well, thanks to the leaked phone calls that his own legal team leaked, we now found out his finances, and we know that Alex Jones, at certain periods in time, makes upwards of $800,000 a day on InfoWars. Not him personally, sorry, but InfoWars makes $800,000.
That is incredible. Like, it really is like stunning, because they love the idea of getting canceled, because they know their supporters will flood them with money. And I recall seeing that this was all after he got kicked off of like YouTube and Facebook. Like, will that harm Alex Jones down the line? Maybe. The fact that he's not on these major platforms, he probably hinders his ability to bring in new audience. Sure. Probably not as much as some people think, but I'm sure it does affect that somewhat. But if you're already Alex Jones, and you've already built that audience, because the failure of, YouTube and Facebook and Twitter and all these other platforms to deal with you for years and let you build up this audience while you're using them, by the time they do deplatform you, it doesn't matter. In fact, it only helps, because you're able to then fire up, rally the troops that are now in love with you to give you more money. And I mean, we saw when like various different like Bitcoin millionaires decided to back him with millions and millions of dollars in Bitcoin just randomly to fund his show during the whole lawsuits. During that first lawsuit, I should say.
And like he was kicked off YouTube. He was banned from the platform, but was he? Because he has been on every single major right-winger show at some point or another in the last year. He's been on Tim Pool's, he's been on Steven Crowder, he's been on Geeks and Gamers, he's been on that panel with the Quartering. Like, if he's banned on the platform, he's still circulating on there all the time without any kind of, like Blair White interviewed him, without any kind of repercussions, right? Like, Twitch has a very strict policy. If you're banned on Twitch and you play clips from a banned streamer, you will then get banned, right? And I don't totally agree with it because you can't even cover other people. You can't even like show someone to be able to like report on them or stuff like that. But YouTube, it's like it's free reign. Sure, you lost your channel, but you're allowed to go on every other major channel and continue to spout all this kind of stuff.
Right. As long as it's not your channel. Like you can't make a secondary channel, right? Yeah. That's one of those issues where I think there's no easy way to go about it. Because it would definitely hinder you if like someone gets banned and it's newsworthy and you get to interview them. You got to grab that interview with this person and you can't even do it. Like I get YouTube's angle here. Yeah. I also get Twitch's angle. There seems like there could be a meeting point where it depends how this person goes on another channel. If it's newsworthy, an interview like that or something like that, I think that's fair game. If it's just like having the guy on to shoot the shit and basically promote them, I think that's where Twitch's rules make more sense.
Yeah, I mean, when it comes down to it, for me and free speech and this whole argument around it, I don't think any of us have free speech under tech monopolies. Like, I don't think it exists. I think major tech monopolies control and dictate their own policies. They do them as they want. The board of CEOs control everything. So there is no free speech. So the idea that this is free speech, this isn't. This is like blah, blah, blah. That isn't. I think at the end of the day, I still take like, well, it's a good thing that maybe Jared Taylor can't talk about how the Holocaust wasn't real on his show anymore. That's probably a good thing. Probably a good thing for the parents of, the Sandy Hook children to not be harassed anymore, or at least not as harassed as badly because Alex Jones wasn't on YouTube, Twitter, and all that kind of stuff. Probably good for them. They probably got to have some slight less 300 to 400 calls a day, whatever it was that they were getting, right? So, that's how I would view that. But ultimately, this could really, if it gets to the point where he has enough lawsuits and it damages him and he can no longer financially operate because of it, I mean, that really flies in the face of someone who made and profited. We have to be clear on this. He profited quite a bit, to the tune of some days $800,000 a day, selling dick pills, selling brain pills, selling all that shit, by lying about the fact that these parents, crisis actors, and their children weren't real, and the whole thing was staged, and getting so much harassment that one of those parents unfortunately killed themselves. That's horrifying, and it's horrifying to think someone could get away with that and make money off it.
Oh, absolutely. Well, I guess we'll have to see how this all unravels with these upcoming lawsuits. It's still incredible to me that was the business model. Get these people hooked on these conspiracy theories, and then sell them all sorts of random junk, sex pills and shit. What's my favorite one of his? Super male vitality. Super male vitality. Yeah,
hell yeah.
All right. Well, Lance, this has been absolutely fantastic. We gotta do this more often, actually.
I agree. I hear that so much from my audience.
So let's definitely.
You and Binder have a really good one too.
Yeah, I mean, I think it's there. This is probably not the best, but what's the Beauty and the Beast song? There's something there that wasn't there before. Tale as old as time.
Song as old as rhyme.
That's the Matt
I guess
Binder.
It's better than I can show you the world. Thanks for that.
Right. That's the Matt Binder, Lance of the Serfs relationship. All right, everybody. Lance from the Serfs. Lance, where can people find you?
watching me live on Twitch, twitch.tv/the Serfs TV, or if you want to check out my YouTube channel where I do documentaries, the latest one we have on is my history with ContraPoints and how Amazon Prime refused to put ContraPoints show on their network, even though they have a bunch of conspiracy theories up there. Go to youtube.com/the Serfs TV, and you can. I've got a new documentary coming out on there about libs of TikTok. Matt Binder is in it, at least one of his tweets is, and about how, a whole bunch of right wingers are trying to label anything queer as being groomers or pedophiles, and why they're lying about that, and why most of them who are accusing people of that also have really strange takes on grooming and pedophilia themselves. So we're gonna throw it all.
Is my James Lindsay tweet in there? Is that the one?
It's your one with libs of TikTok where you showed that she called what is it, the Trevor Project, a grooming organization.
Oh, okay, right, yeah, okay. You could also use the one where I own James, Conceptual James, who's not on Twitter anymore, right? He's gone.
No, he got 1984.
I missed it. Well, a couple months ago, I was ratioing him nonstop with that photo of him with the Nexium lady who was in like Battlestar Galactica or some show. Because she was part of a literal sex cult, whose leader,
circle.
Yeah, she was in his inner circle, the leader's inner circle, and I believe had an on and off relationship with him too. And he's now in prison for various sex abuse crimes, including, I believe, one involved. I'm not sure what the minor was involved in, but something going on with the minor in addition to all the other sex abuse crimes. I'm not sure if it was related to just like improper, like actually like bringing the minor into the sex cult, or if he actually did anything with the minor. I don't want to speculate on that, but a minor was involved in one of those charges. But yeah, that's damn, James Lindsay gone. Where is he showing up? I'm guessing Truth Social. Where has he told everybody to go?
You don't know yet. He's made a couple of videos and he's done some lectures. I think he was already on Truth and Parler and a couple of other platforms, but he's definitely like, if you go through James Lindsay's collection of tweets, he used groomer, I think, more than any other right winger. He called fucking Fruit Loops, the breakfast cereal, groomer, because they had they them on the back of a box, and he called them grooming cereal. And I was like, that is your word. He loved that word more than anything else. But then Reddit changed the rules where you can't just call someone who's LGBTQ plus a groomer, and then Twitter followed suit shortly afterwards, and then James Lindsay just couldn't stop flying close to the sun. I
had reached out to Reddit when that happened, and they told me they didn't change the rules, which was interesting. Because
really?
I think the same with Twitter. I didn't see any. I'm not sure with Twitter, but Reddit told me they did not change. There were no new policies. My assumption is they're going by the fact that if those words are used to target LGBTQ people, it already falls under their existing policies. But there, as far as I know, on Reddit specifically, there is no specific groomer policy. It's just, I think they're just saying it's part of the harassment policy in general. It's a small difference, but one I think it's worth mentioning. I mean, it's in also Fruit Loops, man. Gonna go after Twinkies next? Are you unaware of the connotations of these words? I mean, of these brand names? I mean, my. What were you saying?
I mean, I was just saying he was the worst. To be totally honest with you, it's funny that it happened, but obviously I am going to miss his rage quits. He blocked me a long time ago, so I haven't actually been able to see his tweets for a while. He blocked me for the same reason as I think you, for posting out the Nexium stuff. And it took 2 or 3 tries, but eventually it was because his own fans turned against him and they started replying to my Nexium post with I hate the Serfs, no fan of the Serfs, but can you at least condemn or explain this? And they were like, I owe you nothing, and then blocked me.
Oh, he didn't block me but he was blocking everyone who was ratioing him with my tweet. I think he didn't want to give me the benefit of having that blocked. Yeah, because Libs of TikTok blocks me. Because I kept calling her out for her shit, because she's constantly wrong.
Yep.
Like literally, it's not even just the fact that like she's just posting these videos. That's part of it, obviously, but it's also the fact that she is consistently sending her vile audience to attack people based on misinformation. Like it's not even
Did you hear
real.
about the
Like
children's hospital?
that was another thing I meant to ask you that I missed. If you don't have, because I saw you tweeting about it. If you have like 5 minutes, can you give me
Yeah, yeah,
a
yeah.
wrap
I
up
can
here?
explain it.
Yeah, go ahead.
Okay, so she's been doing one of her crusades lately, and this time it's at the Boston Children's Hospital, and saying that they're actually performing hysterectomies on children, and tweeting out links to like where you can find their staff, their emails, their phone numbers, all that kind of, which is public information. Granted, that information is public, but what's not is the fact that you were lying about the fact that they are performing hysterectomies on people who are younger than 18. It got so bad, and I followed the accounts of some of the doctors, that they are receiving so many death threats that a lot of them are scared to come into work. It's disrupting regular health services at the hospital. And so now it got to the point where PolitiFact had to issue a statement which says that it's 100% false. They are not, in fact, performing hysterectomies on anyone under 18. And then number two, the Boston Hospital had to release a statement today saying that we are honestly astounded and disgusted by how we are receiving thousands upon thousands of death threats right now, and our doctors are specifically being targeted, and it's fucked. Like I don't know at what point you have to get to suddenly take a step back and realize, are we the baddies? Like you've gotten to the point where you're disrupting the ability for a hospital to care for children, not just trans kids, any kids. Like they are disrupting normal function at the hospital because the doctors are too afraid. Like that is fucked. That is fundamentally fucked. And at this point, it's like it's wild that it's allowed to continue. Like it's just something where no one knows what to do at this point.
That's that is amazing. Because yeah, like you mentioned, like this is ostensibly a hospital that cares for all children who are suffering from various ailments and illnesses and diseases. I'm assuming like children. I mean, again, I don't know exactly what their specialties are. I know every children's hospital is usually known for dealing with specific types of illnesses, but like cancer patients, kids with all sorts of disorders,
victims, you name it. Yeah.
Right. I mean, unbelievable that they can't just pull. And even if you even think about like how many like trans kids they probably even see, it's probably like such a small amount, honestly, because trans people are already such a small percentage of the population. I mean,
2% of the population.
Right. This is incredible, and has anyone got involved, like in any politicians, law enforcement, anything whatsoever? This is just happening and just letting it happen.
Well, as of now, as far as it's gone, right? Like the last update I saw was the actual public statement made by the hospital itself, saying that like we don't know what to tell you. We've never performed a hysterectomy on anyone under 18 years old. It's absolutely disgusting and deplorable that our doctors are being harassed. They're receiving thousands of death threats. Many are becoming fearful for coming into their place of work, all that kind of shit. Because like, I mean, what do you expect when a person like Matt Walsh, for his 1 million plus subs, will target a school, or something like Libs of TikTok with I don't know how many millions of subs she has now, probably like 1.3 or 1.4, puts these people on blast ad nauseum and consistently scares people and says like, oh, they're mutilating children, take it upon yourselves, you're all mad, go, help the kids who are getting mutilated, and yeah, the doctors who may be responsible for a world of other kinds of surgeries and critical life support for kids are now, deathly afraid of what's going on. So it's fucked. Yeah.
We gotta obviously, and we meaning everybody who follows what's going on Twitter and has any sort of following, needs to continue to fuck libs of TikTok shit up. I mean, seriously. I mean, that's sort of why I was so on top of libs of TikTok for the past couple of months, because I think it is really one of the more heinous accounts. And like, there are all sorts of like liberal cringe Twitter accounts that like would like do something sort of similar, just like grab some sort of cringe-worthy lib or social justice person who is doing something that they would consider embarrassing on video and post it for people to make fun of. But that stuff is sort of like insular, and it was just like, let's laugh at this person right here on the page. That's pretty much it. There was really no politics behind it. It was just like, we're a bunch of losers who want to laugh at the misfortune of others or laugh at other people enjoying themselves or whatever. You want to do that? Fine. I don't give a shit. Libs of TikTok takes it a whole different step and direction by honing in on these people, whoever it may be, or organizations, and making it very political. It's not, look at this, let's laugh and move on to the next idiot. It's, look at this, we need to find out who they are, where they work, make their lives miserable, make their employers' lives miserable, make the company's life miserable, make the organization's life miserable, make the person's family's life miserable, get them fired, get them whatever, get them harassed, death threats. It is well beyond anything I have honestly seen. And sure, there's like forums that have done that, but nothing as like organized and centralized as Libs of TikTok, quite frankly. Like people could like compare it to like Gamergate, but even Gamergate was consisted of, a couple dozen main people who would like get together and like send their like followers after people. This is literally like spearheaded by like one random schmuck, one fucking person who's getting funded by the right now.
Yeah, and the really shitty, scary thing is that like she's not going to stop, right? It like this really weird. Like I'm with you. I have no problem whatsoever if you want to do cringe compilations. If you want to point like there's compilations on YouTube, and I'm sure there's some that feature you as well that have me, and then it's like, hey, look at this like R slur, lesbian, big lip, blah blah blah, and it's like a clips of me and stuff. I don't give a fuck. Go post that. That's fine. Go post cringe compilations if you want to show libs being cringy. Post it. If you start posting video of teachers or people, and then you say this person is a pedophile, or this person is a groomer, that's going to enrage other people. That's the worst thing a human being can be. So if other people are online and they see that and they're like, oh my God, this person is a pedophile and a groomer, this person is mutilating kids, this person is chopping kids' penises off, whatever, then people will be mad enough to actually do criminal acts, like call them death threats, call them bomb threats. And that's what's happening. You know?
Right. No, absolutely. Someone in the Twitch chat, Anacro Communist, said Kiwi Farms got a Twitter, basically. And I think that's a great way to put it. If like Kiwi Farms was one individual who got to decide full on where everyone got to send their hatred to and did it via Twitter, that's absolutely what we're looking at with Libs of TikTok. It's ridiculous. And like you, the point you added, which is spot on. It's like, it's not even just like those cringe compilations saying like, oh, look, this is cringe, let's make fun of them. This is literally like, this person is the worst type of criminal possible, abusing children. Here's zero proof it's happening. Go ruin them.
Yeah, go ruin. That's it, right? Like,
and again, we should point out that it's not. And again, we should point out she's not saying, oh, I think these people are groomers because she has some sort of, she heard someone who knows them say, oh, I think this person is a pedophile or something. No, she sees that they're either LGBTQ or an LGBTQ ally. And because she is a homophobic human being, she goes, oh, they're grooming children, because that's how she views all LGBTQ people and their allies. And that is the proof to her that they're groomers.
And that's fucked up. Like, it's ridiculously fucked up. You got to think, like, how many of those clips are just teachers straight up being like, it was so wonderful for me to be able to have my kids refer to me as she instead of he because I am a woman and I identify as a woman. That's the clip. That's it. And that's her like, look at this groomer who wants to like, fucking abuse kids, and you'll be like, what the fuck? It's the most innocuous, wholesome clip possible. I can't believe this is the one that's in like, the latest Libs of TikTok fucking post. It's so wild to me.
All right. Yeah, it is, man, I'm sure we'll be talking about Libs of TikTok more, unfortunately, but we'll also be talking more about this Donald Trump nuclear stuff more, which is not unfortunate. And we'll be talking more about Alex Jones getting sued, which is also not unfortunate. Lance, I really appreciate you taking the extra time. We were only supposed to talk for like, I don't know, an hour, and here we are almost an hour and 45 minutes later. And this is after you doing your own stream. Talk about a marathon. Thanks a lot, my friend.
A marathon.
The matter. Well, for you, it would be it would be a land.
That song doesn't have the same ring to it.
Yeah, but we're getting. I guess we could say we're getting a Lancelot.
There you go. There you go. Yay. This is when you need a soundboard. This is when you need to be like.
Wait, I don't know if you'll hear this. Hold on. I don't know if you'll hear this. I do have sound effects. 1 second. I think this. I think me saying we can call this a Lancelot. or this one works too.
Yeah, that was closer. That one feels more natural. Yeah, thank you so much for having me on. It was a blast. I had an absolute pleasure. We'll do it again soon. I'll bring you on my stream. We'll cross streams, all that great stuff.
Oh, cross stream is very nice. Take care, my friend. See you soon. Right. Have a great night. Okay. All right, everybody, don't leave. If you're a usual Serfs viewer, don't leave, because I'm going to do another hour and a half, give or take. And I'm going to do calls. Oh, wait, let me switch to the right thing here. I'm going to do calls. Just give me 1 second to get refill my soda cup. And let me shout out the people who joined my Patreon page, who subscribed at patreon.com/MattBinder since the last episode of Doomed. Let me shout you guys and gals out now. Thank you so much to my latest patrons: PDA, Brittany A, Stephen P, Andrew, Ent, Oz D, Chuckles B, Jason S, Brawlerella, Stompy, DB, Christopher, and Pearson B. Thank you so much for becoming a Patreon subscriber. Your support really does help me, A, keep this show going, and B, keep this show growing. Oh, you like that? No, really. Pearson B just joined right this very minute, or a couple minutes ago. And some of these people joined, at least one person here joined, 2 people here joined, 3 people here joined during my week off, which I really appreciate that. And again, by the way, if you're like, Matt's taking next week off, I don't want to get charged for, good news. Patreon does not charge you until the beginning of the month. So subscribe to Patreon now, and you won't get charged till September 1st, which means you won't get charged for this week that I'm off. And it's not like you're paying for content that's not coming out, because you're going to get charged for this if you join now. And also you're getting extra stuff because I'm doing the extra stuff this week. But regardless, if you're worried about the week off, if that's even going through your mind, you don't get charged till September 1st if you join now. So that's how Patreon works. Also, youtube.com/MattBinder. I will read the super chats also in the next hour. So if you drop the super chat, I will get to it. And if you'd like to drop a super chat, I will get to it as well. Also, twitch.tv/MattBinder. Follow me there as well. I simulcast, so I'm streaming there right now too. Some of you might be watching it on Twitch as well. You can subscribe to my channel on Twitch. That's a paid Twitch subscription for free for you, paid as in I get money for me, if you have an Amazon Prime account. That's right. Amazon gives you a free paid Twitch Prime subscription every month if you're an Amazon Prime subscriber. Just connect your Amazon Prime account, to your Twitch account, and you get that comped subscription every month. Do not let it go to waste. Again, it's free money that you get to give away. You're basically forcing Amazon to give away some of their money. So give it to me if you'd like. That's what I'm telling you, because I'd like you to give it to me. But if you want to give it to someone else, just do that too. Just make sure it doesn't go to waste. Give it to your favorite creator. Twitch.tv/MattBinder. For the podcast version of this show, doomedcast.com. All the podcast links are there. Check out Scam Economy, my crypto critique show, every Thursday. It's usually every Thursday. I'll let you know if it's not on a Thursday, but it's usually Thursday. scameconomy.com for the podcast version of that show, and the video and live streams are on the YouTube and Twitch channel that I've already told you about, youtube.com/MattBinder and twitch.tv/MattBinder. Follow me on Twitter @MattBinder. What else? Yeah, that's the freebie half of this show. We're gonna go to the second half now, where I will take some calls, and again, just give me a second here to refill my drink so I'm not parched. If you have Skype, log on to Skype, or if you don't have Skype, download it. It's free. And the calls are free too if you're doing Skype username to Skype username, which is what you'll be doing. And once you download Skype, search Doomed Live. One word, Doomed, the name of the show, DOOMED, live, because we're live, LIVE, one word, Doomed Live. Search it on Skype, call that number. I take the calls as they come in. I will talk to as many of you as possible for the next hour or so, hour and a half probably. And if you're not sticking around, I will see you all next time on Doomed. We are back. Hello, everybody, and welcome to the second half of the show, where I will take your calls. And I just lost somebody who tried to call in. Doomed Live on Skype. Call in, and we will have a good time here. All right, let me take this call. All right, hold on. Here we go. All right. Hey, what's your name? Where are you calling from?
Hey, this is Bill. I'm from Illinois. I talked to you about a month ago. How you doing?
Hey, Bill from Illinois. Can I pull your video up on the feed?
Yes, you may.
All right, let's do this. Huh? All right, Bill. What would you like to talk about?
So the last time I called in, like maybe a month ago, we were talking electoral politics, and I kind of wanted to talk about that again. This time on the Republican side. So I missed like the first half of your stream. So I don't know, maybe you talked about it a little bit, but like basically I'm at the point where I think that like Donald Trump is probably like damaged goods, like beyond repair. So I'm sort of wondering who you think is going to like run in 2024, but like who would win? Because I think it's probably DeSantis.
I think it's going to be Trump because he hasn't lost. He's lost it with everybody else. But with the Republicans, they love him. They love him. I mean, he sweeps this FBI thing is not going to change MAGA's mind on Trump. I really do think that. I think he will run again and he will win, and he will not do as good in the general election as he did in 2020.
Yeah, I mean, I suppose that's possible. Like, I'm at this point, I'm just not convinced that. Like, I mean, everybody like in my life keeps asking me about like, you know, what's going on with Trump, and like, you know, a week ago, like before the raid, like even then, I was like, I think he might be too damaged to, like, really, like definitely not win the general, but like I don't even know, like I don't even know if he would like run in a primary at this point.
Oh, he's gonna run,
But I could be.
and he's gonna win, and he's gonna take DeSantis. If DeSantis dares to run in the same primary, Trump will eviscerate him, and DeSantis will be the one who's damaged goods if he dares to go up against Trump. I really do think that's the case. Trump has the Republican Party in the palm of his hands. Every it doesn't matter what Fox host, what conservative icon goes out there and says, listen, we need to think strategically and go with this guy. He will scorch the earth them too. Because the base of the Republican Party, the voters love him. They love him. I've never seen anything like it. They will die for. I mean, we've seen it. They have died for him. I think it's total. The ball is in his court. If he wants to run for president, he will win the primary. Easily. The general, I don't think so. I think he would actually do worse than 2020. And remember, his losing effort still puts him, I think, the second highest vote total in U.S. history. I mean,
Yeah.
ostensibly, that should be the case every year because the population grows. But, I mean, that's usually not always the case.
Yeah. Well, I mean, like last time we talked about whether like Biden would run or not, and like maybe Pritzker would be the guy. Like I said, I'm just not convinced that like Trump would win the general. But at this point, like I'm just not sure about the primary. But
they're not going to think strategically like that because they're going to believe whatever Trump says, and you better believe that Trump he truly, this isn't him just talking. In his heart of hearts, whatever heart, in his black heart of black hearts, Trump truly thinks he won. He truly thinks he will win in 2024. He really does. This isn't just like him, like, you know, being Trump and him just talking big and pounding his chest and, you know, having a bravado or whatever. No, he really thinks this. And so he thinks he'll win. He will run, promising he will win. They will vote for him. He will take down anyone who dares to run against him. And that's that. I mean, again, if DeSantis runs and Trump decides not to, that's different. Or if Trump decides to run or sort of run or to keep it vague and then drop out or sort of say he never ran in the first place, that's a whole different story. But if Trump wants to officially run, he will win. The primary. Hands down. Not even a question about it. I mean, I could be wrong, but for me, my opinion is that he will win the primary, regardless of whatever happens. I mean, I guess he won't win the primary if he. Aside from that, he will run, and he will win the primary.
Yeah, no, I guess it really does just come down to whether or not he does decide to run. And like, I mean, I think he really does want to, but I mean, you know, just this past week, I guess we'll have to see how things shake out on that one. But yeah,
I mean, they're already defending him. Like they're already defending him. Like they defended him every. They literally said, unless the only way this raid was legit is if he had the nuclear codes. Trump had nuclear documents. Well, you better believe they should. They better have more than nuclear documents if they want to get him for. I mean, they're gonna carry water for him, left and right, up and down, forwards and backwards, sideways. Well, you know, and he'll and everyone who loves him will eat it up. I mean, I just saw Liz Cheney lost her primary. She just lost. Trump's backed challenger, who previously supported Liz Cheney, but then went full MAGA to get Trump's endorsement, beat Liz Cheney. I mean, I'm not a Liz Cheney fan, but I'm just showing you just how much Trump has the Republican Party wrapped around his thumb. I mean, dance. He's making them dance. They're puppets. He's the puppet master.
Yeah, no, I appreciate your perspective on that. Yeah, because yeah, I'm at this point I'm not convinced, but I guess we'll just have to see. You know, we still, we're still kind of vague on like some of the details that are coming out about the raids. So, I guess we'll just see.
I mean, it doesn't matter. It really doesn't matter with it. Again, unless they carry him out in cuffs, it doesn't matter what's in there. It doesn't matter. They will. I literally heard in the QAnon online spheres over like a year or two ago. Like I can't remember because the pandemic really mushed everything together. Either like 2020 or 2021 or maybe even 2019. When someone would bring up how Trump was also on Epstein's logs. What if Trump? How would you feel if Trump was one of these? One of the people. One of the one of
the guy that's trying to take him down. Yeah, I've heard that one.
Or I heard, not them trying to take him down. Well, he's working undercover to take down the pedophile rings. So if he had to have sex with some minors to do that, it's understandable. Literally, that's what I was seeing from them. They will excuse anything and everything for him because they love him. They will die. They literally will die for him. I mean, it is sick. It's a cult. It literally is. It's nothing like I've ever seen before. I mean, I thought it was like I thought I saw it back in like when I was a teenager during the Bush years, and like 99% of this country was waving American flags and like cheering George W. Bush after 9/11. But the more I think about it, I think the media sphere at the time was like no real social media, the internet not as mature yet. I think that had a lot to do with that time period too. But we are now living in a time where you can easily find like-minded people and not get sucked into this stuff, or people who are against this stuff. And you can easily find like-minded people and fall for this stuff too because they also believe in it. But I mean, I think it's worse now, honestly, because of all the different outs you have because of the current media world we live in.
Yeah, no, I appreciate your perspective. That's sort of all I've got today. I'm not in my truck right now, so I can't give you another tour.
Oh, you were the guy in the truck. I was racking my head to try to remember who you were. Now I totally remember you. That was a lot of fun. I enjoyed the truck tour.
Yeah.
Where are you right now? Are you home or are you on the road?
I'm in Iowa. My truck actually is in it's at a dealership right now getting a part fixed. There was when I was making a delivery yesterday, the stability control on the dash came on saying that there was a malfunction. There wasn't anything actually like wrong with like me driving it, but like, once that light comes on, you get it to a shop. So I'm at a hotel right now in Iowa. Just kind of chilling here. The part was supposed to be here today, but I'm just kind of chilling here today. I might have to chill here again tomorrow, but I get paid for it, so it is what it is.
Right. Well, you said you're getting paid for chilling in there?
Yeah, no, I get breakdown pay. I mean, if I wasn't a company driver, that wouldn't be the case. But if one of their trucks down and I literally can't drive it, they got to give me something. It's not as much as if I was, rolling, but
damn,
I get a little something.
You're getting paid to come on the stream. Nice.
Yeah, kind of. No, I don't even have to pay for the hotel room. I can't really argue with that.
Nice hotel? Did they put you up in somewhere nice?
Yeah, it's a comfort inn. It's fine.
3 stars at least.
Fancy, but I don't.
3 stars at least.
Yeah, I'd give it 4.
All right, there we go.
Yeah. I mean, if I was rating it on Google or whatever, I'd give it a 4, maybe even a 5. It's right across the street from a Denny's.
I gotta say, when I went on Tim Pool's show and they put me up, I think it was a Holiday Inn. I will say, I've never been in a Holiday Inn before. It was really nice, and they had like a really nice free breakfast buffet. I was only there one night, one night to morning, and they had very nice breakfast. But I was like, why do people like give these places shit. This is great. I loved it. So it is pretty good. Those places aren't all bad, actually. I guess it depends.
Yeah, no, I mean,
I guess you could be at a rundown one.
Yeah.
It is a chain, so you never know who's running it.
Yeah, no, I mean, like since I became a truck driver, they like all but one hotel has been fairly nice. Like the very first one they put me in, actually, they were like doing repairs on the actual hotel at the time, and it was a complete dump. But other than that first one, like I thought I was going to set a bad precedent, but it turned out to be like an anomaly. Like it's all been pretty much like this.
Right.
I get a king bed. That's all.
Nice. Ooh, a cake.
So,
Nice.
yeah.
Well, enjoy, my friend. I'm gonna let you go so you could tour to the hotel. Go down to that nice snack machine and get yourself load up on some Doritos, or what's your favorite? I would probably go for peanut M&Ms if they had.
Well, I went. There's a truck stop right across the street, so I went. I got some of those Dots pretzels that I like so much.
Oh, even
But
better.
they didn't have it.
There you go.
Yeah,
All right.
no, I like.
Thanks for calling in. Always a pleasure. Feel free to call in anytime. Take care.
All right, yeah, you too. Have a good one.
Peace. Great call, by the way. I think that's going to be a question people have for the next, when is he going to decide? He's probably going to decide this year, I feel like. Hey, what's your name? Where are you calling from?
Yes, let me pause the stream real quick.
Oh yeah, pause the stream, definitely.
Yeah. Sorry, I didn't know I was gonna get in.
That's all right. What's your name? Where are you calling from?
Yes, let me pause.
I still hear the stream.
Oh
yeah, pause the stream, definitely. All right, let me call you back. Let me call you back so you can pause the stream. Hey, what's your name? Where you call? Oh, I took a second call and they hung up. I just didn't want to, because the stream was getting, definitely call back in once you pause the stream. Damn, Cheney lost. Cheney says 2 years ago, I won this primary with 73% of the vote. I could easily have done the same again. The path was clear, but would have required that I go along with President Trump's lie about the 2020 election. That was a path I could not and would not take. All right. Damn. All right. I'm not going to say good for you, but all right. Hey, what's your name? Where are you calling from?
Hey, Matt, it's Tony from Texas.
Hey, Tony. How are you doing?
All doing well, all things considered. I'm home and comfy, other than a mild headache. Peachy, enjoyed the show tonight. You and Lance is always a lot of fun. I was crossing my fingers that he'd stick around for this portion of the show so that I could just set the two of you off some.
I already held him for like an hour and 45 minutes. I felt kind of bad because so the plan for this episode was like, all right, I should do like a news episode so I could catch myself up with you guys. And I was just going to do it myself. And as I'm looking at this stuff, I'm like, wouldn't it be fun to get someone on who's been following the news for the past week so I can actually play dumb? Because honestly, I didn't know everything. It would be silly for me to pretend I was, teaching you guys stuff when I was just catching up myself. So I was like, let me get somebody. And I'm thinking, Lance from the Serfs. I saw him tweeting about the Libs of TikTok thing, and I was like, oh shit, I missed that completely. I bet he followed the Trump stuff too. And I quickly looked and I was like, oh, he did. Let me reach out. And I DM'd him like 3 p.m. or something. So really late. Like we're already halfway almost to the show. And he didn't get back to my DMs for a while. So I saw he was he was live on Twitch. I was like, oh, he's doing his own show. I'm going to jump into his live chat. So I went into his live chat while he's doing the show, and I'm like, yo, check your Twitter DMs. And he's like, I'm doing the show right now. Is something important? And I was like, oh, now I feel bad. No, it's not important. But he checked live on the show anyway. And he was like, all right, yeah, I'll do it. And it worked out. So there we go. That's how it all came together.
That's awesome. Well, yeah, it was a good week to be on vacation, I think. I don't know. I would have.
Probably would have been better if I was off this week because nothing happened. This week was kind of slow compared to last week.
That's what you want. You want to come back from vacation to a slow week so that you get
No, that's
acclimate and ramp.
I know you would think that's how you'd want it. No, but you don't want the worst is getting back and seeing all the stuff you have to catch up on to then put everything happening this week in context. If nothing happened last week, there would have been nothing to catch up on, and the news could have broke yesterday about the Trump raid, and I wouldn't have been lost. It would have all been happening in the moment, but instead it didn't happen that way. And watch, I'm going away next week. It's gonna be the fucking biggest news story, even bigger than the Trump nukes. Will happen.
But you say nothing's happening this week, but it's only Tuesday.
The Trump raid. You gotta understand. My family and I drive upstate, just like 2.5 hours upstate. Sunday night, we get there Sunday night. Monday evening, the raid happens. Literally, not even there for a full day. So literally, the beginning of the week starts off with that, and then there's a whole bunch of other stuff that happened. There was still like a little bit of the Alex Jones stuff that I wasn't on top of. The various. This is a little bit more niche, but like the various different Twitter bans and niche online right wing, left wing stuff going on. I didn't even find out what the hell's been going on with. I saw who got into a fight. I saw that like Brianna Joy Gray got in it with Nina Turner, right? Something happened there or something. I have no idea. I saw that Nomiki dropped out of her race for the state senate, where there was all that drama around her jumping into that race when Kristen Gonzalez already was running, and she had DSA and working family backing, and I see that Nomiki dropped out, which is 100% the right move for her to do. She should have done it earlier, in my opinion, so she wouldn't even be on the early ballots or the ballots at all. She's going to be on the ballots, which is going to certainly siphon some votes away. But she did drop out, which is good.
Yeah. That's fair.
I didn't even talk about. I didn't even talk about that on this show. I never even got around to it. I don't think I did. Jeez, I'm on Majority Report, and then I'm doing Doom. Then I'm doing Scam Economy. I can't remember what I said on what show and what I didn't say on any show. And
you're gonna need a lot of coke the Thursday after. Whenever you're, or is it this coming Thursday that you're covering for Emma?
This coming Thursday, the 18th. Yeah, Thursday noon. Catch me.
Yeah.
On the Majority Report.
And to be clear, by Coke I mean soda.
So
like
of course.
Pop. I'm from the South, so all pop is called Coke down here.
No need to even specify with me, because I got that straight edge.
It was for the YouTube censors.
I got that straight edge. No, even the YouTube censors, I think my straight edgeness permeates through to them.
Right. It's circle of protection. Straight edge.
There we go.
But anyway, it's been great chatting with you.
I just realized that you called in and I basically took over the conversation. Was there something you wanted to talk about?
You still owe me pictures.
I know. I honestly had planned to. I was like, I'll use this week I'm off because I'm just gonna be upstate. It's not like a vacation where I'm like gonna be doing things every day. I brought my hard drive. I was like, I'm gonna do some of the stuff I need to do. I need to still get out some Scam Economy stickers, which are now like 10, maybe even 12 weeks late for some people.
I still haven't seen mine.
I promise you'll get it. I'm just so behind. There's a Patreon now. Some people noticed this and got to me. Apparently, the members only Patreon streams, like, you know how I cut the free half of the show and then these calls are the second half where the audio is just for patrons. Apparently, they haven't been loading to Patreon for the past 2 months. I don't know what happened, but I tested out on my end. Whatever it is, it should be fixed. but none of it is uploaded. So I need to now go back and re-upload every members only show for the past 2 months to Patreon. So that's another thing I got to set aside time for. My goal is that there's no way I'm getting anything done this next week, by the way. I've already told you all where I'm going.
Yeah.
My family is my family wanted to take my children to Disney World, so I'll be going to Disney World. There's no way I'm getting any productivity done on that trip whatsoever. It's going to be at the parks from like 6 a.m. to 11 p.m. I'm sure. My goal is I get back, and on top of getting back into the regular schedule of the Tuesday Doomed, Thursday Scam Economy, I'm going to try to take some weekend time to A, get the stickers that I owe out, B, upload those Patreon episodes that are missing, and C, get you those photos for the Doomed intro. So we are looking earliest, we're looking at August 27th, 28th for me to catch up on this stuff. But that's when I don't know if it's probably more like September 3rd or 4th, Memorial Day weekend. I'll have that extra day too.
That's perfectly all right. I'm just breadcrumbing the reminders. I'm like, no rush on that. Thursday is going to be my first day off in like 2.5 weeks. So like I get it. Like,
you have Thursday off, so you could catch all 12 hours of the marathon.
I'm doing a bender binge all Thursday while I catch up on chores and yard work.
There you
it's
go.
It's gonna be great. I'm looking.
Now, if I was smart, I would market it as like a Patreon telethon to get subscribers. But I don't know if on top of doing all that, I can continuously remember to try to get patrons. So I'm not going to officially make it that, but I'm going to try to sprinkle the Patreon plugs more than usual throughout. And then maybe
I'll be plugging it in chat.
There we go. And maybe when I get back, maybe like sometime in like October or November, I'll do an official like marathon day on a weekend to try to like a membership drive for patrons.
That sounds good.
Yeah, there we go.
Maybe you and I need to have an off-air conversation about something I might be able to do to sweeten the pot on the Patreon drive.
Ooh, awesome! Sounds good. I really have to. Also, if you're a patron and you're not in the Discord, that's another Patreon thing I have to fix. Holy shit! I'm gonna try to be more active. I'm really gonna try being more active in the Discord, especially being that we have now like a couple hundred patrons. So the Discord, I mean, we don't have a couple hundred people in the Discord channel though, because the issue where they're not automatically being added when they subscribe. But once they all join, and that means I'll definitely try to be more active in it. So I got to get more on top of that too. I promise.
What? So I could.
You know what? There we go. DM me right now on Discord with whatever you just mentioned before that you were vaguely saying, and then mention the mod thing, and I'll make it all happen.
Cool. I'm gonna do that.
All right.
You have a great rest of your show.
All right, Tony. Thank you, and I will talk to you soon. Peace.
Bye, y'all.
All right. Let's. What time is it? I forgot. How long did I go with Lance? What? All right. I got another I should do at least another half an hour here. Let's see. Here we go. Hey, what's your name? Where are you calling from?
Hey, this is Jade Maroon from Charleston or Iceland via Charleston.
Hey, Jade, how you doing? We just spoke. Oh yeah, we just spoke recently. The last show.
Thursday.
Yeah. How you doing? What was it to talk about, my friend?
I wasn't gonna call today actually, but
you did. No, I'm happy that you called.
But your caller, Lance mentioned something briefly that wasn't the topic of the show. So, but I felt like it should be elaborated. It could be elaborated on a little bit more. But sorry about earlier. I was actually testing whether YouTube or Twitch had more latency. So whenever
Oh,
I called, yeah,
so
so whenever I
which one is further
so I
behind? You're actually giving me a. This is helpful to me. Which one is?
the Twitch was closer to real time.
Interesting.
I guess maybe it's because there's more viewers or something on YouTube. I don't know.
I don't know. Because basically, what I do is I use Restream. Basically, I stream directly to Restream, which is like a third party
yeah,
that then.
yeah. I use Restream as well.
Right, and then
yeah.
it sends it out. So basically, I stream to Restream, and then Restream sends
Yeah.
the feed out to YouTube and Twitch. The reason I do that is because if I was to, and it's possible with the live stream software I use, if I was to directly stream to YouTube and Twitch on my own, I would basically need it to use double the bandwidth directly from home instead of depending on Restream to do the double streaming, which would probably make the stream choppier. So I think the lag, if it's because of Restream, I think it's worth it for the fact that I think the stream isn't choppy. It's probably pretty good quality.
Yeah. No, I use Restream as well. I've mainly been using it for musical stuff or whatever, but lately. But that's one of the things I want to talk to you about, like in a personal discussion or whatever later, is about because I'm gonna start a political prisoner, like not stream. And I want, I want it to be for, the kind of the white crowd. You know what I'm saying? And kind of like a political prisoners 101 show. I've already started designing the show and everything, but I wanted to get some pointers from you later. But that'll be for later. But I just wanted to go through this real quick because I'm gonna have to go to sleep soon in a second. I stayed up. He mentioned this earlier, and I was like, I'll stay up and see if I can get on. So he mentioned when you were talking about the FBI raids, and Lance mentioned, the FBI, because everybody wants to get rid of the FBI now, thankfully, like in the CIA or whatever, like. They're still going after black power movements and da 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 da. And they just did that. He mentioned that they did that recently. Can't remember how far he went into it, but basically, I was just wanting to, because I'm actually, I mean, this is pretty fresh news. So I was just going to see if I could read off the movement's political statement. That like after the raids, because it happened in St. Louis, Missouri, and also down in Florida at least. I think a dozen or so offices, and including the Uruhu movement, which is part of the. Well, I'll just read the statements. Is that okay with you? Or?
Yeah, go ahead. Sure.
Yeah. So yeah. So. Yeah, first, I mean, I got this news from, which is kind of connected from actually one of the people that I'm, talking to you about on the program. So the I always get this name wrong. The Safaya A. Bakari movement, which is connected to the Jericho stuff that I was talking about last time. They made a statement saying last week's fascist FBI raids on the Uruhu movement necessitates an immediate congressional passing of H.R. 2998, COINTELPRO Full Disclosure Act. This is a bill that's actually like in the House since 2021 or 2020, I think, or 21. So this was, it said, in response to last weekend's baseless terrorist attack on the African People's Socialist Party movement in Missouri and in Florida under the bogus claim of national security, the Safaya Bakari Albert New Washington Foundation unequivocally condemns this fascist military-style pre-dawn COINTELPRO action by the United States Justice Department. As an organization named after and made up of mostly veterans and cubs of the original Black Panther Party, this is the organization that's writing this statement on behalf. We know all too well about the deadly repercussions from being declared by the FBI Director J. Edgar Hoover led illegal COINTELPRO declaration to the single most serious threat to the national security of the United States, which is now once again being put into motion by today's counter FBI COINTELPRO, aka FBI Black Identity Extremist Program. Under COINTELPRO during the 60s, 70s, 80s, many thousands of Black and brown so-called U.S. citizens were framed, forced into exile, captured, tortured, assassinated, and killed in combat for righteously challenging the just recently proven to be genocidal U.S. government. That thing I was talking, or the UN thing I was talking to you about before. Dozens of these freedom fighters who are now 70 and 80 years old still remain unjustly imprisoned or politically exiled today. Therefore, we call upon the freedom-loving people in general and the Black and brown community in particular to not only show solidarity with the Yuruhu movement throughout this crisis, but to also demand that their elected representatives in Congress fully support and immediately pass the below H.R. 2998 COINTELPRO Full Disclosure Act. And then the Full Disclosure Act says, basically it's the COINTELPRO Full Disclosure Act. The bill requires the U.S. government to release and publicly disclose within 6 months all records related to the COINTELPRO operation of the Federal Bureau of Investigation unless disclosure would cause harm. COINTELPRO was a series of covert illegal projects aimed at surveilling, infiltrating, discrediting, and disrupting domestic political organizations, including the Black Panther Party. The bill requires the removal of J. Edgar Hoover's name from the FBI headquarters in the District of Columbia, and the bill establishes the COINTELPRO Records Review Board to review determinations by government offices that do not fully disclose their records after 6 months. I'll just stop there. It goes a little bit further, but people should check that out because it's a bill that.
Say that again. I'm sorry. Where does the what were you reading from one more time, so people can go check it out?
That last part was the COINTELPRO Full Disclosure Act, which is it was introduced in the House on the 4th of May of 2021. So a little over a year ago. It's HR 2998, 117th Congress. So HR 2998 is the bill in the House, and then I'll just read a couple paragraph thing from the Black Alliance for the people that were actually.
Well, let people. Why don't you drop the link? Because I think if you read too much of all this stuff, I think people sort of. Yeah. So shout out the link so people could go read it, and then I got some more callers on the line too.
If you go to Black Alliance for Peace, which is the organization, I mean that there will be there's a link or whatever, on the front page to the solidarity statement and like all kinds of information, regarding it and what they do. If people have probably heard of the Yuruhu movement and some other things. So, but I appreciate you.
No, thanks for the call, Jay. I didn't even realize you were on the because you weren't your video wasn't up to begin with. But all right, thanks a lot for the call. Really appreciate it. Always a pleasure to talk. Everyone, go check out that link. Let me know when you get that live stream going so we can check it out. It sounds like a very interesting channel idea. Talk to you again soon.
It's gonna be a bit. It's gonna be a bit because I'm sorting it out with some of the my Panther mentors and stuff, but and gonna completely do it right. I think I don't know if I will host it. I'm a decent performer, but like doing the talking thing in front of it's not really
No,
my
no,
thing unless I'm performing.
I hear you, my
But
friend.
anyways,
Take care. Have a great night.
yeah. All right, you too, brother. Have a good one.
All right. Oh, first of all, wait. Before I get to the next, I'm going to take the call. Just stay on the line, caller. You're on the air. Just give me 1 second.
Okay, no
I
problem.
want to welcome the Raiders from $27 Twitch channel. Thank you so much, $27 for the raid. Thank you for sticking around, Raiders. Taking calls right now. Earlier on the show, Lance from the Serfs was on, and he was basically walking me through everything I missed while I was off the grid for the past week or so. So definitely go check out after the stream is over, go check out that first half of the show. And joining me now is the next caller, and you could call in too, by the way. Just open up Skype and search Doomed Live and call that. That's me, Doomed Live on Skype. And let me bring my next caller on the line. Can I bring your video feed up on the screen?
Yeah, go ahead.
Cool. What's your name? Where are you calling from?
This is Tokyo Hans, your unofficial Far East Asian correspondent.
Oh, Tokyo Hans, my unofficial Far East Asian correspondent, whom I broke the news for when Shinzo Abe was assassinated, doing his job.
It was the one day I had to go into the office, and this happens. So.
And what's with the hat? I love it, Pelosi, bro. I love it.
Oh, you like it?
It's great.
Yeah. I was thinking of sending you one.
Ooh.
So also, I asked you a couple of weeks ago if you wanted any Japanese punk shirts or something.
Is that big in is Nancy Pelosi big in Japan? Are those flying off the shelves?
Yeah, they know her very well now, thanks to the whole thing like 2 weeks ago. Right. Before they never heard of her.
Are they walking around going, Pelosi Bros? It's a big thing over there in Japan right now. The merch is flying. I love it. I love it.
First, I want to give a shout out to the $27 crew. I was just on there before I hopped on with you. So hello, everybody.
Yes, everyone definitely go check out $27 on Twitch. Follow their Twitch channel. Thanks again for the raid. Sorry to the raiders who jumped off, who are not listening to this anyway, who didn't get a chance to hear me welcome you because they jumped on in the middle of a call, but it happens. They'll come across this show again someday, I guess.
Oh, good.
So what would you like to talk about,
Tokyo? To you about something half scammy, half doomy.
Ooh.
I want to talk to you about Jesus.
Where are we going here with this? Yeah. I'm interested. You got me officially pondering here. What's going on?
Yeah, well, as you know, the second coming of Jesus came in January 6, 1920, just north of Pyongyang City in North Korea, or as it was called, North Pyongyang at the time. And the second coming, his real name was Yang Myung-mong. Sorry to all Korean speakers out there if I butchered his name. He's the one who started the Unification Church. I know Grim, another regular listener, has been wanting you to talk about.
Yes, I've been meaning to do an episode on it, and then so much has happened. But I do plan on getting on it.
Yeah, I just wanted to give just a quick truncated, talk about it if possible. Just about Moon himself specifically. He's like a really interesting / crazy guy. So basically, he was born in 1920 in northern Pyongyang. His family was like a bunch of Confucianists, but they converted into Christianity when he was 10 years old. And then once he got older, at the time in World War II, as everybody knows, the Korean Peninsula was controlled by the Japanese Empire. And he fought for the communists, tried to help kick out the Japanese out of Korea. And then after that, around 1947, after the war, the Communist Party arrested him for spying. And then he was put into a concentration camp there, or I should say a work camp, my apologies. And when they were purging all the Christians there in North Korea. And in 1950, when the Korean War was, in full blast, the U.S. troops raided Hungnam prison, where he was, in prison and everything, and he escaped to Busan, South Korea. And around that time, around 1950, 51-ish, on, in Easter, he had a vision of Jesus, where Jesus told him he was the second coming of himself. Honestly, I don't know why Easter, because why would you want to come back on the anniversary of you being tortured to death and coming back to life, which I think is quite suspicious.
I don't know. We do sort of remember people on the day that they pass more so than their birthday sometimes. So it makes sense.
Yeah, I guess. But yeah, but then in 1954, that's when he started the official, Unification Church. And I don't know, maybe some of you have heard of them. They call them Moonies. And,
oh, yes.
They're really famous for having like the mass baptisms and weddings and whatnot. And they have like the second Bible, like for Mormons, they have like the Book of Mormon. For them, they have the divine principles. And this is where the scammy part comes in. Like just the book itself costs like $30,000.
Wait, what?
Yeah.
And who needs this? Who needs this book? Do you need the book?
I'm sorry?
Do you need the book?
You don't necessarily need the book, but it's heavily implied that you need the book. And, like they really try to push you on that, and they really try to squeeze out, a lot of donations out of all their followers and everything. It's really, really scammy that way.
Wow.
And, this Unification Church is freaking huge.
Jeez, what is the book? Is the book printed on money?
You think so, but it is gold leaf from what I've seen.
There you go.
So actually one of these churches is just up the street of where I live. So it's pretty weird. But yeah, this guy anyway, Moon, he has some awesome relationships. He, in the U.S., he was really good friends with Richard Nixon, both Bushes. In the Soviet Union, he was friends with Gorbachev. Kim Il-sung in North Korea, he was good friends with. And interesting enough, with the Nation of Islam, with Farrakhan, he was really good friends with him. And he actually marched with Farrakhan in the Million Family March in D.C. in 2000. And, he's a really, anti-communist or, pro-corporate guy. And as I mentioned, he's really good at extracting, donations from his followers. And for example, one follower here in Japan, this lady, she sunk like $770,000 into donations into the Unification Church, and made her family go completely bankrupt. And her husband committed suicide. Her younger son committed suicide. And her older son, he went into this like elite high school and is like just the cream of the crop kind of student. And he was planning to go to university, but couldn't because they had no more money. And, he got really pissed, like, a couple decades later, and he wanted to assassinate the Japanese leader of the church. But he couldn't get close enough. So he kept, trying to kill him. But the Japanese church leader, he had really, really good security. So instead of going towards the killing the church leader, he assassinated Abe. So that's how it kind of went.
Wow, that's a great. I wanted to do an episode on this, and you just gave it all away in a matter of 5 minutes.
My apologies.
No, I thought it was really it was I was looking into this, and honestly, that summary really laid it out much better than anything I came across in a much more concise way. Obviously, we could flesh it out and do a whole episode on it, no problem. But for anyone who wanted,
I just wanted to give a really, really short version. I only got like 10 minutes till I have to go back to work.
For anyone who wanted the cliff notes, that's perfect. That was great. That's, I think it's like, it shows just how much these things. When I say these things too, I want to be clear. Any sort of religion, group, cult, anything that takes advantage of other people at their lowest, they leave a long list of people who are harmed in its wake. It's not just the person who gets enticed or enchanted by this stuff or falls for it, if you want to use that word. It's their family, their friends, their loved ones. And you can see how this can cause people to become very unstable, seeing, not only do they lose out too, but they lose their family member too. Like, so, so it's a sad story all the way around, obviously, in terms of like how someone could, when I mean all the way around, I mean like how this person could fall for this and give away her life savings, and then obviously her son was distraught over this, and and you can extrapolate it to 100 other things. I've heard QAnon stories. Again, this is something different. I don't want anyone conflating this exactly with QAnon, but the cult-like mentality that sucks people in totally is similar. And, you see people lose family members to this stuff, and that's just sad. It's sad.
Yes, definitely. But yeah, that's pretty much all I wanted to get in. I have to get to work in about like 9 more minutes, so just wanted to say welcome back for this week and enjoy your next week off too.
Right, welcome back and see ya.
See ya.
what time is it again in Japan right now? We got what? It's 2 o'clock, 3 o'clock.
At 12:52 p.m.
Oh, it's okay. Almost.
So
I was completely.
I just finished lunch.
Oh, what'd you have for lunch? Am I gonna you make me hungry?
I had a very, very delightful ham and cheese sandwich.
Ooh, really owning being in Japan. Really taking advantage of the local culinary. I love it.
Sometimes a ham and cheese sandwich is just wonderful. So
I could go to the Dunkin' Donuts a couple blocks away and get the same thing.
Yeah, exactly.
All right, Tokyo Hans, always a pleasure when you call in. Have a great afternoon, my friend.
All right.
Bye.
Thanks. Take it easy, everybody.
Peace. Hey, what's your name? Where you calling from?
Are you talking to me?
I am talking to you. That's right. What's your name? Where you calling from?
All right. Let me get my volume up a little bit. I can't.
Oh yeah, sure.
Can you hear me now?
I could hear you from the beginning completely fine. Can you hear me?
Gotcha. Sorry.
No, it's all right. It's all good. What's your name? Where you calling from?
Oh, I'm Danny. I'm calling from Maryland.
Hey, Danny from Maryland.
I talked to you like 2 months ago, I think. We sort of talked about my step dad, I guess, whatever. He seemed kind of QAnon-y, and we.
Oh, I remember this now. Yes.
I'm not talking about that today.
Oh, that's
First,
fine.
I want to say, do you want video or?
Oh, it's totally up to you. You can choose to do it. You could choose not to. You tell me.
I'm good with either. Yeah.
All right, cool. So I'll bring up the video on the feed. All right, cool. What do you want to talk about today?
Oh, well, the first thing, Against Me, love it. One of my favorite bands of all time.
Absolutely, 100%. Yeah. What's your favorite song?
Like, maybe Walking Is Still Honest, maybe. From their, it's from Reinventing Axl Rose.
Right, right.
That was a really good one. Their acoustic version of that's really good too. But yeah.
I would say my favorite.
I kind of wanted to know
my favorite song. I gotta go with Those Anarcho Punks Are Mysterious. Honestly, I think that's probably there's a lot of good ones.
Album. Yeah, same album.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I also like the oh my god, what's that song? I'm having a mental blank. Don't worry, it's not important. I gave you one. What do you want to talk about?
Well, that was kind of part of it, but no, I actually I was going to keep it quick. I want you to get to other people and everything. I was kind of curious because the Against Me made me think about that was me graduating high school time or about that time, the year after that. So you know how crazy things were, Iraq War, how dumb the country was, but I felt more informed by the bands I was listening to than all the media, for good reason, I think. But you know what I mean? I don't know, bands like Against Me they're proven right, and all the New York Times is not. You know what I mean? They're just one of those bands. I was just kind of curious, what was your, I don't know, top 5 during that time?
Oh,
is that something you'd be interested in talking about?
Oh yeah, of course. I would. I'm trying to think. It's hard for me to even tell you my top 5 right now, let alone
Yeah.
top 5.
Mine,
I would say
I kind of feel like once you get to a certain age, your top 5 kind of stay the same at a certain point.
Oh,
Like,
not me.
they meant too much to you.
There's
Yeah.
bands I always listen. I do have a favorite, but it's hard for them to be my favorite now because of different things I've heard about a certain member of the band. But Leftover
Oh,
Crack,
no.
Choking Victim has long been probably my favorite band, and
Okay.
probably in my top 5 then, and probably would be my top 5 now, unfortunately.
Yeah. Yeah.
So in terms of like what bands informed me then, I would say Anti-Flag was probably the band
Yeah.
that really got me into like political punk music and got me into other
Yeah.
stuff. But then the stuff they got me into was older stuff from like bands that really weren't active, like, Crass, Conflict. I'm trying to think of who else? Nausea, Discharge. Jeez. There were bands that were active who I listened to in my top 5 then. The Unseen, The Virus, A Global Threat. Who else? Against Me. Old
Yeah.
Rise Against. I
Yeah.
don't like their. I don't think they sold out, but they definitely they definitely
Fell off, kind of.
Yeah. Like, I don't think it was we're changing
Yeah.
our sound to get popular. I think it just so happened that they were, they got popular around the same time, and they were also experimenting with other music that probably is what helped make them popular, but the type of music I'm just not that into.
Right.
Because, their politics
They
still...
kind of got popular at the same time as Against Me, and people used to get them confused. And I was like,
Yeah, and
I liked Against Me more.
Yeah,
But I mean, I liked a few songs by Rise Against, but yeah.
Oh, Rise Against old stuff was really good. I would say it was on par with Against Me. In fact, I saw a bunch of shows during that time period with Rise Against and Against Me like co-headlining.
Yeah, I saw Rise Against live once. I saw Against Me live like 5 times. I haven't seen them since there was a transition, right? But I haven't seen them since.
Oh, Against Me?
Yeah.
Oh, with the singer Laura. Yes. She,
Right. Yeah, I have not seen them since. It's been like 8 years since I've seen them live or something.
I can't remember if I saw them after she came out. I feel like I did, but I also can't recall. I feel like I did because I remember hearing the song that came out on that first album after she came out as trans.
Well, there was a song at the very end of the album before she came out. There was the album that had Miami
song?
on it.
There's the Coffin one that I remember her playing live.
Searching for a Former Clarity. The last song on it was talking about like dressing in women's clothes, and just sort of like it felt like she was telling us something before she came out.
Right.
It's kind of interesting. I don't know.
Right. I'm trying to think what
cool.
else. Oh, Subhumans is another one. There was a summer where I wore a Subhuman shirt every single day. The same Subhuman shirt every single day. My crusty era. Trying to think.
Yeah, I mean, I don't want to drive you on too long of a tangent. I was just like,
I was never.
oh yeah, he loves Against Me. Good shit.
I was never too big
into.
I was never too big into some of the bands that were big during that time that I guess people would assume I would have liked, like NoFX. Like I know.
No, I never liked NoFX.
Yeah, I
like
think
all the kids in my high school that loved NoFX were the kinds that were like, you like this band, you're a poser. Like they're those kids. Like. I don't know. They were pretending too much,
It's weird because I was into like the music that is considered the street punk subgenre, like Unseen, Virus, Casualties, A Global Threat. All these bands that were on like punkcore records, the Devotchkas, Havoc, Cheap Sex, and the people who were into the people into like the street punk would have thought that about NoFX people, that they were posers.
Yeah. I thought.
But
I like their like cover band thing they do, but I don't like
Be First
them
in the
in general.
Gimme Gimmes. Yeah,
Be First in the Gimme Gimmes.
Yeah.
I can appreciate some of those songs, but I don't like NoFX.
I respect NoFX. I respect Fat Mike. I respect their place in punk rock. their music never did it for me. It was always all their songs always sounded all their songs always sounded very generic and interchangeable to me. That's why That's why I wasn't a fan. But that's just my personal taste. I didn't think they were like bad or anything. This wasn't my thing. Wasn't for me.
Right. I think I'm on the same page with that. I was my list. I would say Cursive, Against Me, Alkaline Trio, At the Drive-In, Ted Leo, who apparently likes the Majority Report a lot, so that's cool.
Yes, I saw that. Yes,
because I'm from Maryland and he's from DC, and so I've seen him live more than anyone else, about 10 times probably.
Oh wait, I'm finding out that Fat Mike is a creeper. I didn't know that. Okay,
I did not know that. That's good to know. I didn't know that.
I don't listen. I was never one of those people who got involved in pro wrestling. I like being a pro wrestling fan, you get involved in the backstage stuff and the business stuff. With music, that was never me. It always felt too groupy and clingy, I guess, and hanger on. I didn't get into the personal life stuff, but obviously if someone's a creeper, my struggle with leftover crack and choking victim due to these allegations that are out there about.
Oh, right. I do remember something like that. Yeah.
Yeah. But I did not know this about Fat Mike. Okay, I guess I'm
learning something.
I have to go back and I'm not a fan. I don't know any NoFX stuff. They never got my money. I saw them at Warped Tour a few times over the years because they played at Warped Tour and I paid for a Warped Tour ticket. I never went to see them specifically.
At least he didn't like Bush. I don't know. I remember didn't he organize the Rock Against Bush album?
Yeah. I thought you were talking about Bush, the band Bush. I'm about to say, whoa.
Oh no.
Bush is actually the rare case of a mainstream rock band that I really like. There's not many of them. Bush is one of them. I think that song Machine Head is maybe one of the best songs of all time. I think it's great. In fact, in my backyard wrestling high school days, Machine Head by Bush was my pro wrestling theme song. That was my entrance music.
I guess if you were talking about a mainstream band that you still really like, that they're on the radio or whatever. I still Rage holds up. I like Rage Against the Machine. I think they hold up pretty well.
Oh yeah, Rage is good. Yeah, I was never huge into them, but there's no doubt they have great songs and they're absolutely fantastically talented and also have great politics.
Yeah, no, definitely. I follow Tom Morello on Twitter, and he's got good things to say. I love how there was that time, I don't know, it was 6 years ago, where Paul Ryan said they were his favorite band, and they were like, "We hate you."
Right.
That's pretty cool.
I was also really big into early emo during that time, early Saves the Day, Rites of Spring.
Yep. I listened to Saves the Day.
Rites of Spring, Texas is the Reason, Grade.
I remember Texas is the Reason. Yep.
Who else am I thinking of? I think honestly, I think that whole genre peaked with Tell All Your Friends, Taking Back Sunday's first album.
Oh, Taking Back Sunday, yes. That album was really good. I actually like Brand New more because they had rival albums. Remember?
Yes, I was never big into Brand New. I was never. So when it all fell apart for Brand New, it wasn't a big loss. And let me tell you, that song "I Want to Stay 18 Forever" has a whole new meaning.
Oh wait! Oh, isn't there something about the singer or something? Is that what you're saying? I don't remember.
He was a creeper. Yeah.
Oh no, that's terrible. Because at the time there was a rivalry between Jesse Lacey of Brand New and the backup singer / guitarist of Taking Back Sunday. They dated the same girl, and I don't know if you remember this.
Yeah.
Do you remember Emo Game?
I know the Taking Back Sunday story because one of my first girlfriends in high school went to school with the Taking Back Sunday guys. Because I'm from New York. We were growing up during that era, and she was from Long Island. And so I met them, and I when they were nobodies. And then because I found out about them so early, I There was in 2002. There was this knitting factory. There was this Victory Records tour where Catch 22 headlined and Taking Back Sunday opened up this like 6-band show. They were the opener, and me and my friend, my buddy, were the only two people there singing along to the songs because no one knew who the fuck they were. It's an early memory I have that I gotta share it if we're talking about Taking Back Sunday.
That's awesome. I'm sorry if I got you too into the band talk. I was just like, I saw the Against Me. I was like, hell yeah,
Right.
I think you have good taste.
I will say when the news broke about Brand New, Jesse from Brand New, and knowing there was this constant feud with relationship-wise between them with it was like someone's sister, right, or something like that. I don't even remember the deal.
Yes. So the backup singer, who was probably the most talented one of Taking Back Sunday, he wrote most of the songs. Backup singer / guitarist. He's the one that ended up doing the Straight Light Run thing or whatever when he left. So he was only on the first album.
For me, that was the end of Taking Back Sunday. After that first album,
that's the end of Taking Back Sunday when the
guitarist and the bassist left, there was a distinct change in music. They were not the same, and it was clear.
Different. Yeah,
it was clear who was writing the songs. Like Adam Lazzara obviously still has that great voice,
right?
But the style of changed, and it was like maybe there was like one or two songs where they were able to capture the first album, but it wasn't the same.
Yeah,
it wasn't the same.
Cool, but
yeah. I mean that first album, in my opinion, is a rare, perfect from beginning to end album. That one bad song on it.
I would agree. Yeah, I like the whole album. It was good. Like, it was me as someone who just graduated high school. So, yeah, I think we're about the same age. But yeah, 2003 or whatever.
I'm getting a question here. Anyone? I died in a time machine. Anyone know the early '80s band Flipper? Yes, in fact, I'm 99% sure I saw them at CBGB's during the Save CBGB's string of shows. Either I saw them or I knew who they were and saw that they were playing there when I was at the other Save CBGB shows, but missed the actual Flipper show. But I know who they are. That run I saw a bunch of great shows at CB's even before they were closing down. But when they tried to save the venue, and all these big bands decided to play at CB's to try to save it, I saw the Offspring literally standing in front of them at CBGB's, that small stage, in like 2006. I don't know if anyone remembers the Distillers, the ex-wife of Tim Armstrong from Rancid. I don't know if she's still with the singer from Queens of the Stone Age, but that's who she was with after. Brody Lee is her name. I saw the Distillers there. The Distillers were big at that point too. That song that was like always being played on MTV. Jeez. Taking me back, man. This call is taking me back.
I'm sorry. I'm going back to 2003, 2004,
It's weird for me because the 2000s, like I would say like 2002 to like 2008 or 2009, I want to say. Maybe even to 2010, it all feels like a blur. I don't know if it's because of that time period in my life and the age I was and me being like a teenager in high school and college and not really paying attention to stuff or like taking it in and just being like, a rebellious teenager. But like that whole era, that whole period's a blur. It's not because I was like on drugs, because I wasn't. Just all those years just merged together for me.
Yeah, I get it. I just sort of, I don't know, I sort of remember, like, I don't know, being so confused at how so many people were supportive of the Iraq War. Like, all my favorite bands were like, fuck no, and I got a better understanding from them than my parents from the news or whatever, you know what I mean? Like,
I remember Anti-Flag dropping that song 911 for Peace like a week after 9/11, and that being like the only song I listened to. and I was for like weeks, maybe even like a month straight, like just on repeat. And I was like,
Yeah.
holy shit, like this is. And then like I immediately got into like a new kind of army, and mobile. I think they came out with Mobilize after that, and I mean that band was like, that band was Anti-Flag was integral to not only my musical taste but to my politics. I mean, I was into
Yeah,
punk,
I've heard you talk about that before.
yeah, I mean, I was into punk before that, but like I was into like skate punk, just like, like Less Than Jake, like, singing about like
Right.
skating down at the park, or like, seeing
Yeah.
the punk girl or whatever. Like that's great music still, but it doesn't really do anything politically for you.
Yeah.
But like, I mean, I still listen to Less Than Jake. It's great music, period. But like in terms of like political music, Anti-Flag's probably like, which is rare because a lot of people, I would say, I mean, the people's first punk band is usually like, at least from my age group, they'll say like Green Day or Blink-182. And
Yeah, Green Day was my like Old Green Insomniac was like my like everyday album to listen to like in high school. Yeah,
Right.
It makes sense.
I mean, my dad was into like my dad's favorite band is the Kinks. And even though they're like,
Kinks
even
good. I like
and
the
even
Kinks.
though they're like a British invasion band, they're nothing like any of those other British invasion bands. They're like actual, like they're the closest thing from that era to punk. They're like actual raw electronic, like that sound, that punk sound from the amplifiers. So like I got into that style of music unknowingly really early on, and then was into like getting into that type of music. And then I would say like the first time I realized I was into a punk band was Less Than Jake in like probably 6th or 7th grade, because they were my favorite band on this PlayStation skateboarding video game.
Yeah, a lot of good songs
Skate or
came out
Die
of
or
Tony Hawk,
something.
man.
No, it wasn't Tony Hawk. It wasn't Tony Hawk.
A different one. Okay.
Yeah. See, I'm even a
Tony
contrary.
Hawk Pro Skater 2 had a great soundtrack. Just
Yeah.
saying.
So I went from the Kinks to Less Than Jake, and then Less Than Jake started getting me into other punk rock, and then 9/11 happens, and I'm feeling like something's up. I don't agree with people's takes on this. I'm not feeling very patriotic. Something seems fucked up. I'm reading, like, I remember going to like all these various like indie news websites. And again, this is like 2001. This shit's like, I remember like the big one at the time was like antiwar.com. There was another site I would frequent that wasn't, it was in like Italian. It wasn't even in English. And like, I was like, this is, something. And then I got into Anti-Flag. I discovered Anti-Flag, and I was like, holy shit. I was like, this is, my mind is blown.
Yeah. I mean, it sounds like it clearly had a trajectory.
I mean, they're my first tattoo. They're my first tattoo. I have the broken gun star.
Oh, cool. That's awesome.
Yeah, I mean, they're
clearly
shit.
had a serious impact on you. I get it. Yeah. Like
I mean, I get people's certain people have a critique about how sometimes it's a little bit, but they're A, good band, B, they often talk about issues that you don't hear any other band talking about, and C, so what if some of the songs are a little bit like on the surface politically, like not too like deep. I mean, that's the perfect way to get people into their other stuff, and then into even more politically charged music.
Yeah, I get that. Yeah, like that was the criticism at the time, is that they would be like, they're trying to offend people or something, but they get attention by doing that, and then it, leads to other things, like you listening to more, I guess. I remember certain criticisms at the time.
Yeah, I mean, yeah. The music during that time period, and the interesting thing to me was like that spark didn't happen during Trump. Like you thought maybe it would, like, and it didn't.
Yeah,
it didn't. Like any band that tried to make a song about Trump actually sort of didn't do very good, honestly.
I think the one exception, I think the Decemberists did one that was pretty good, but it's vague enough. but like it doesn't have to be just about him, But I think they did one that was clearly implying it was about him, but that's the only really one I can think of that was like not a bad song. I guess I don't know. But
wait, what song was that again? I'm sorry.
There was one by the Decemberists that I felt like it was like a single from their latest CD, like 3 years ago.
I never got into them. I wouldn't be able to. I really am not a fan. See, the weird thing is I'm really into like folk punk, but I'm also really not into like that like indie folk that got big in like the 2010s or whatever, like Arcade Fire and stuff like that. It's just.
I have a wide range of appreciation. Also, that's my wife's favorite band, so you better watch your mouth. So,
yeah, I could never get. I mean, they're not bad, and it's really interesting. I do like them. I love bands that have interesting instruments in them. I thought
like my favorite band is Cursive, and they have a cello. Like,
oh, Cursive's great. I was into Cursive for
Cursive's my favorite,
but I don't really know
Cursive
too many of their songs.
And Alkaline Trio are probably top 3, I would say. I have a weird eclectic, I guess, taste, but
the songs of Cursive I do know. I was also there was like a.
So I went to Catholic school, and Cursive
so did I.
attacks religion all the time, so it makes sense, right? Like
man,
he clearly went to Catholic school.
We have a lot in common. I went to Catholic school too. Oh, really? Cursive? I would have to. Now I have to get more into Cursive and see if I. All right, maybe.
Oh, that's my favorite.
All right.
They have one of their albums is entirely an attack on organized religion. Happy Hollow is clearly an attack on organized religion. It was like the one after the big one. Ugly Oregon was the big one that, like, sort of put them on the map, I guess, or whatever.
You went to a song that's also I think might be against religion. Have you ever heard of the Propaganda song called "Fuck Religion"?
Oh, that sounds very familiar. Actually, I feel like I did. I know of it. I don't think I've ever heard it.
Oh, you know what Ben you just had me think of when you were talking about like I don't know what happened to them. Remember the Sounds? They were really good. They were like a Swedish band. They were really good. What happened to them?
I have no idea.
Do you know who I'm talking about?
I remember the name, and I don't know where they went. They disappeared.
Who was the band that did that song Maps? Remember that was big?
Oh, Maps. That was well, Ted Leo covered that, by the way, and he mixed
with the Yeah.
The Yeah.
So
Ted
many
Leo
of these
covered
bands,
that, but mixed it with Kelly Clarkson. Since You've Been Gone, there's a cover out there that Ted Leo sings "Since You've Been Gone" and mixes it with Maps.
Oh, I gotta check that out. All right.
Yeah, one of the coolest show I've ever been to, a live show, was Ted Leo at the Autobar. Is the best venue in Baltimore, and it's so small you just meet your favorite artist every time. It's great. The power went out, and he was like, everybody outside. And then in the streets in Baltimore, we were watching an acoustic show by him, and we had to get out of the way whenever a car came by. It was awesome. Ted Leo's the best. He's amazing.
I gotta check.
It was so cool.
I gotta listen to more Ted Leo.
And he played that song for us. He's like, it's not something I do. It's something I did. But once the power went out, he's like, fine, I'll do it. Fine.
What happened to all those? Remember, like, someone said the Strokes. The Strokes is probably the one example of those bands that had staying power. Everyone knows the Strokes.
I like the Strokes.
But there were all those fucking bands that came out that was trying to pull that same sort of shit off during that era.
The Strokes,
the Hives,
the Strokes,
the Vines.
The Vines.
The Von Bondies.
First
remember
song
the
I
Von Bondies?
I never heard another song by them.
What the frick happened to all these bands? They just disappeared off the face of the planet.
Yeah.
No staying power.
Hot heat.
Just drop off the face of the planet. What the hell?
Peaced out, man. I don't know.
What the hell?
I don't know.
Like there's not even like a scene around it. Like there's like still like, My Chemical Romance, Silverstein, all those bands still have like a scene around them that like, there's newer versions of those bands, but those bands are like the legends in that specific niche scene.
Right.
Where the fuck is like the Von Bondies, Hives, Vine scene? No, where'd they go? Who's
they peaced out. I don't know.
Modest Mouse, I
disappeared?
feel. Franz Ferdinand. Okay, those are two bands that I guess had staying power, but they were definitely
Right.
in. They were definitely in that.
I guess you could put White Stripes in there. Yeah, White Stripes kind of be in there.
I know that song is huge. Obviously, it's a brilliant song, but I could just never get into them. Even that song, I don't
What?
think. I mean, I get why the Seven Nation Army.
Oh, so
you know.
okay, so that like specifically in Baltimore, that's where they started doing the oh. They do that song, but with O's because of the Orioles. So it kind of started in Baltimore. Now they do it at sports games all the time. Like they do that chant, the oh. But they do it with O's because of the Orioles. It's a weird thing, but it's spread, I guess.
Right. Someone said Black Keys are okay. I've never got into them. Oh, another band that disappeared off the face of the planet, I think. You were speaking of Black Keys. Remember Black Kids? The band Black Kids? They had a hot minute. They had that song like what was their big fucking song?
You gotta check the chat for this one. I don't remember.
I can't even remember. I'm not gonna teach your boyfriend how to dance. That was their big song.
What year is that?
I can't play it. I can't. 2009. I can't play it. I can't play it because it's gonna fuck me up.
I was being lazy with my music at that point, I guess, and listen to my same old shit. But I wanted to bring up one thing is that like people forget how there was a thing going on during the lead up to the Iraq War, right? Where they were actively talking about a draft again, and people forget that was happening. And so like people my age were like, "What the fuck? I don't want to do that. Like I'm not interested in that." There is a good song by this guy Kevin Devine that sort of I find it to be one of the best songs to remember of that time because it kind of captures that moment where people were like, "Are they going to do a draft?" Like, and it's called "No Time Flat," and the song's about like, "Hey, we should all send the draft cards back," kind of thing. So I don't know. I find it interesting.
Someone just no one mentioned it, but I don't know. Someone said something that made me think of it. Do you remember in like early 2010s there was like that like emo hip hop or emo rap group called 303?
I remember the name of that band. Yes.
They had the song about Helen Keller.
Interested. But
Shush girl, hush your lips, do the Helen Keller.
I had a best friend who was into it.
All over the friggin' radio. I have an interesting story about them. I was booking shows in the mid 2000s, like 2004, 2005, 2006. I was booking shows regularly at a club, like not just my own band. Like I was booking touring bands coming in, shows and everything. And I had booked this tour of like screamo or emo core bands. One was like Cross 5 Aprils. I can't remember the other one. There was another interesting band, Grace Gale. I think that was the other one. And it was this whole tour package, and I booked them. And they came, and when they got there, these two guys come up to me, and they're like, "Hey, we got this like emo hip hop group. We're touring with these guys. We're not officially part of the package. We just jumped on the tour." And asking each venue if we could like do like 20 minutes before the show officially starts. Is it cool? And I was like, I respect it. These guys are traveling from Colorado. We're in New York. Go ahead. I was like, I thought nothing of it. They did their thing. I didn't think it was bad. I didn't think it was good. Nothing. I didn't remember it at all, honestly. I just remembered the band name. And then fast forward a couple of years later, on the fucking radio, it was 303. I was like, what the hell? Same thing with Machine Gun Kelly. I didn't book him, but Bamboozle tour. No, Bamboozle wasn't a tour. It was a yearly fest in New Jersey. But Bamboozle, I want to say 2009 or 2010. I was working a merch booth. And the company whose merch booth I was working at had him there promoting their shit. And so I was just like standing behind a merch booth with Machine Gun Kelly for fucking hours and thought nothing
Bamboozle was New York, right?
Yeah, no, New Jersey.
New Jersey, okay, sorry.
And thought nothing of the guy I listened to his set when I didn't know who he was. I listened to his set. I was like, this shit sucks. Didn't talk to him at all. Fast forward, and he's fucking being called the revival of pop punk. Which, listen, he's got a few catchy songs. It's very mainstream, obviously, but a catchy song's a catchy song nonetheless. But to call it a revival, he's single-handedly reviving pop punk. Give me a break.
I can tell you, I have never heard a Machine Gun Kelly song. Maybe I should keep it that way. I don't know.
You have.
Oh,
If you've turned
maybe.
on the radio once in the past 2 years, you've heard a Machine Gun
Maybe
Kelly.
accidentally. I just I kind of got caught in my old ways. I'm listening to 2003 to 2007 shit all the time. I don't know, but maybe I would. Maybe I would. I heard the name, and I've seen some Twitter shit with him. I don't know. I don't know anything about him really.
He was dating what's her face, the girl from Jennifer's Body and the Transformers movies, and it's interesting that I might be one of the only people who thinks Jennifer's Body first. Megan Fox.
Megan Fox. Okay, yeah.
Jennifer's Body is a great movie, by the way.
Movie just because I love Transformers as a child.
I thought the first Transformers movie was good for what it was. But Jennifer's Body,
the first one, fine, just fine. You know, it did the job. It told the story. It was accurate, and then just like, and then just Michael Bay'd out. I don't know.
If you're into
the first one told the cartoon story the way it should be.
Right. I mean, listen, I don't mind big like epic summer blockbusters if like that's what they're going for. Like if they know that's what they are and just go for it, like a Michael Bay movie usually does, then like whatever. It is what it is.
He can do it. It's fine. It's fine. Like I'm not gonna criticize. Just I don't know, tell a story the right way. I guess that's fine.
Yeah.
But I mean, because some people criticize like Marvel stuff, and sometimes I think they do a good job.
Listen, I think they
comics.
I think they lost their way with. Listen, I thought those first movies, each one was standalone in its own way. Like, yeah, it was a big summer blockbuster, not legendary, but they had like iconic scenes, things to remember them by. We're at the point now where all these movies are just like blurring together, and that's not good if you ask me.
When they have to just make the stakes bigger and bigger, then it gets a little extra. But like when they do the characters well, I like it. I actually liked my favorite is actually Hawkeye. Everyone shits on Hawkeye. I actually like him.
I was the biggest Hawkeye fan until the movies. I don't like.
He was my favorite character.
Yeah, I don't like Jeremy Renner.
Marvel.
He was one of my favorites.
He just he didn't have any special power. He just sort of did it on his own. It's kind of cool.
My favorite Marvel characters growing up, because I read the comics in the 90s. I was big into the comics in the 90s. Gambit was my absolute fave.
That's my wife's favorite. So you're back on our good side.
There we go, mon ami.
Sherry. Sherry.
And then
Nightcrawler was my favorite X-Men.
Oh, Nightcrawler was great too. Yes.
He's badass, yeah. Cool.
I was a big fan of Hawkeye. I thought he was cool. I wasn't a big fan. Yeah. I was a big fan of Gambit and Nightcrawler. Those were my two faves. And then I liked Hawkeye. I liked Shatterstar, and they fucking had to ruin him in the Deadpool movie.
Yes, they did.
Yeah.
At least it was funny, I guess.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Rogue, I love Rogue. Rogue was, I mean, how could you, if you like Gambit, you can't not like Rogue.
I love Rogue. They
ruined her. They ruined her in the movies too. She wasn't supposed to be some like scared kid. She was supposed to be like super sure of herself.
She killed Captain Marvel, stole her power, and that's how Rogue got the way Rogue is in the X-Men cartoon, right? In the comics, she stole Captain Marvel's power by killing her. Like that's how it worked.
She's supposed to be this is kid Matt Binder reading this in the 90s. My read of Rogue was she was like a super what's the word I'm looking for? Confident person who's but her flaw was that she couldn't.
Yeah.
Right, but her flaw was that she couldn't touch anyone, so she couldn't love anyone, and that was her like weakness.
Right. Yeah. They never like the thing is that she permanently stole someone's power, and then she got super strong, and that's why she was so strong in the X-Men cartoon. But they never got in the movies. They never made her ever get strong ever. So,
Right. She was basically.
Yeah.
They turned Jubilee into Rogue for the movies, which was lame as hell.
They turned Rogue into Jubilee. Yeah.
So stupid.
They made her the Jubilee, like the
Yes.
point of view character who's weak and whatever. Yeah.
Oh, another character I loved, Cable, which
Oh,
I think
Cable's
they did a
dope as
great
shit. I
job.
love
They did a
Cable.
great
He's
job
cool.
with him in the Deadpool movie too. I thought it was a perfect combination of Cable,
Yeah.
the comic character, and also Cable as a Deadpool character. It was they did really good with Cable.
They did a great job with that. And I'm starting to feel like I should apologize to everyone who wanted to talk about politics.
No,
We
this is
talked about
this is on this half of the show.
songs and
On this half of the show, we shoot the shit. We don't know where it goes. It could be about anything, and people are enjoying this based on the chat. People are enjoying this conversation.
I hope so.
Whoa! Donald James in the chat says some say Tulsi Gabbard looks like Rogue. Why? 'Cause she has the fucking white
she did
streak?
the little streak thing in her
That's
hair.
not. That's please.
Oh,
That's
get the fuck
That's
out.
just not Rogue. Just because you have that white streak, please. You know who else? You know who else has that white streak in their hair? Aging hippies, please. And no one
I gotta
says.
say the first
and no
person,
one says to
the
every.
first person who called. I'm sorry. What were you saying?
Yeah, I was about to say no one says to every aging hippie who owns a boutique in Woodstock, New York. Oh, you look like Rogue because you have that fucking white streak in your hair. No, they do not.
I was just gonna say that the first person, like, I was always sort of skeptical of her. Like, I have sort of a radar for people who seem like they're grifting, right? So, like, I kind of saw the turn in Glenn Greenwald way early, a long time ago. Like, just it felt like something was wrong, and I know, like, I should respect him for what he's done, but I'm like, I see what he's doing, and it's not good. But like Tulsi, the first person who really dug deep into her was Cody Johnston, who does Even More News. He's been on Major Report like once, and Michael interviewed him. It was on Michael Thursday. And he did a deep dive in one of his podcasts, and she's from a cult. Like, she's from a cult. Like, she grew up in a cult. And he really did a really good job of exposing her like 4 years ago, like a long time ago. Like, she's nuts, man. I would recommend that. I think it was his podcast Worst Year Ever, which is with one of my favorites.
No, isn't his podcast Some More News? I think
Some More News.
Both.
Yes,
I think he does both. Right.
That's his main one. So Robert Evans of Behind the Bastards, they team up for the Worst Year Ever, and they did it for 2020, and they were accurate. They didn't know how accurate they would be calling it Worst Year Ever, but then, yeah, they did a good job. So, like, the main things I listen to are like you, and Majority Report, Left Reckoning, all that, and I listen to Behind the Bastards. They do a great job. It's great to have a historical perspective. I love that. Also,
hey, you should tell
Knowledge
them.
Fight.
You should tell them that you want to hear Matt Binder on the show.
Oh, they should have you as a guest. I think he would. He would totally have you as a guest. I could see you getting along excellently.
Knowledge Fight. I've been meaning to have
like,
on this show. I need to do that. I need to get them on this show. Didn't they go on Majority Report recently? Or one of them did?
Knowledge Fight. You're talking about Knowledge Fight now, right?
Yeah, Knowledge Fight.
Okay, so there's a slight delay, so I didn't know if you're talking about Behind the Bastards or Knowledge Fight. But yes, I was so excited. I was telling my wife every day for like the past few weeks, like, Sam needs to have Knowledge Fight on, because like the trial was going on and stuff, and they have the same perspective. They cover, the thing is that they, like, Dan is the one that does the research, right? And he has a huge problem with how people cover Alex, because he's silly and he's funny, but they don't treat him like a threat. And so, like, Sam and Dan are two of the only people that seem to treat him as such, you know? And so I was like, they need to meet. And their interview was great. It was Like I felt like Sam was in heaven. Honestly, he was just like so happy to talk to someone that he sort of seemed to agree with. And then I listened to the knowledge fight that came out after, and he was like, I held back so much with how much I wanted to gush about how much I love Sam Cedar or whatever. Like he's a big fan apparently. So
I
it's not
gotta reach
surprising
out.
to me. Yeah, you should. I think you would have a great conversation. You cover, like, you're good at covering like slightly fringier things, that become relevant because they seep into the greater conversation eventually. You know what I mean? I remember you like Sam didn't think that the like whole what was it like the video game shit
Oh, I
would
got
be that
so
important.
much. I mean,
You,
I will say
yeah.
to Sam's credit, he always let me cover whatever I thought was important. He trusted me
Yes,
on
yes,
that.
he did. Yes,
But I will
absolutely.
say
Yeah.
I got so much shit from Sam and Michael for covering
Oh.
Gamergate when I did. I mean, if you go back, there is an episode where I'm covering Gamergate. It's just me and Michael, and Michael is just like, he's not taking it seriously at all. He's just like joking around and like more so than like usual, like, which is fine, but
Yeah.
like it's clear he's totally not taking it seriously. And then like
Yeah.
months later he reaches out to me because I think by that no I was still there. Months later he's like, dude, I was wrong. I was wrong.
Right. He said it on air. I remember it. I remember him like being like, Matt was onto something, like it led to some shit. It did. You're right.
Yeah, I
So,
gotta
I mean,
I gotta say,
yeah.
from a strictly marketing standpoint too, that idea is fantastic. I wish I came up with it. Just instead of covering all the conspiracy theories, just fucking every episode is watching Alex Jones and talking about every topic that he's talking about.
Yeah.
It is a genius idea. It obviously connected. Obviously they're very talented as well, but I mean the
Right.
combination of the
I think
idea.
I think
with
Dan just started doing it because, like, he was like, "This is crazy," and he was seeing it change. And I sent you. I don't think you ever saw it, but I sent you a message because it was a really busy night. And you stayed up way too late. The one where you started way too late, right? I sent you a message that they had just. This is before he went on Sam's show. I was telling you about Knowledge Fight because they went back and listened to September 11th, the day. Like they listened to, because the people say.
Oh wait,
like,
wait.
Oh,
They
he's right
listened
about
to
some things.
They went back and listened to Alex Jones
They
on
listened to
9/11
September 11,
2001. Oh wow, I gotta check that out.
And so, do you know who they had a special guest caller call in towards the end? Do you have a guess at who it was?
Alex Jones. No, I don't know.
Joe Rogan called in.
To Alex. Oh wait. I'm sorry.
To Infowars.
I misunderstood what you were saying. I thought you were talking about the Knowledge Fight show.
Oh no! Knowledge Fight went and listened
Oh,
to.
so they listened to the Alex Jones episode.
The actual
No, I got
night
that.
of.
I got that, but I thought you said someone called into Knowledge Fight listening to Alex Jones.
Oh no! I'm sorry.
Wow, so Joe
Yeah.
Rogan called into the Alex Jones 9/11 2001
Joe
episode?
Rogan spoke to Alex Jones
Oh
on September
my
11th,
God.
2001.
Wow! Holy
And
shit! I gotta catch that
The
episode.
funny
of Knowledge
thing
Fight.
is, he actually fought back, and he made some sense. Like he sounded way better than he does now. Like it's interesting. It's really interesting. It's worth a listen. It came out like 3 weeks ago or so. It's worth a listen. I think it's very interesting.
What was he saying?
Well, okay, so one, who do you think
Listen,
Alex
bro,
Jones blamed first?
we gotta stand behind George W. Bush, bro, and we gotta.
No, neither of them did that. But
No, I'm joking about like the most opposite of Joe Rogan I can think of is him being like
right.
just an average, not the opposite of a contrarian.
It was more like the most important thing he pushed back on is that at a certain point in the night, Alex Jones started saying the thing where it's like how did these people not fight back? Where they're probably like, usually in the past, hijackings would lead to them landing in Cuba or something.
Yeah,
you know?
all these
So he
fucking
was
tough
going with
guys.
the, like,
Mark
pussy,
Wahlberg.
whatever.
Mark
He was
Wahlberg said
saying-
the same shit. Remember that? He was like,
Yes.
"Let me tell you, if I was on one of those planes, it wouldn't have gone down the way it went down." Bullshit. Exactly what you
Yeah.
said. Before
They brought that
9/11,
up too. They did bring that up.
before
Yeah.
9/11, whenever there was a hijacking, exactly what you said. Everyone just had to sit calm, sit in their seat, hang in there.
Yes.
And the hijackers were looking for some sort of money outcome or an escape to a different country outcome. And everyone on that plane would have been safe if they just stayed put. That was the usual hijacking before 9/11. It's the whole reason why Flight 93 is so legendary in like urban legend, because they were the first to find out how the other 9/11 planes were going down because of the phone calls.
That's the only reason they knew to do something different.
Yes, exactly. Yes.
Yeah, and Joe Rogan kind of made that point, and it was like, oh, you have this in you. Like, did he do something to his brain? Or is he lying to us now? Like, he's not. He doesn't push back as often, but you see it here and there, like against Jordan Peterson, and like he occasionally does it. I think he still has it in him, and I guess I'm starting to think it's more for money. Like, I don't know, like, because he was intelligent enough to push back on certain things in this thing. He didn't sound so bad. Like, he made a couple comments, I'm like, it's not great, but it wasn't like we didn't know what the fuck was going on. Overall, he sounded kind of sane in this thing. It's worth a listen. I find it interesting.
Some people just brains just like degrade as they get older, honestly. Like, maybe we're seeing literally like brain degradation in Joe Rogan. Like, I mean, maybe I don't know.
I also think that
that happens to everybody. That happens to everybody.
So, like, the more detached you get from normal people,
that's part. Oh, for sure. But listen, like, they say the same thing about Joe Biden being. Listen, as everyone gets older, they're not as. Things change. Some happens. It happens differently to some people than others, and some people remain sharp through old age, because I guess maybe whatever is slowing down is a different part of the brain that isn't affecting their intelligence or their thought mechanism or whatever.
I want you to guess who Alex Jones, his first guess at who did 9/11 was.
Oh, it was an inside job. No, that was his first
no,
guess.
That's the lie. So they like this. Like, that's the thing. That's why they went back. No, that was not his first guess. It was the EU.
Really?
He thought the EU did it because they wanted to make the euro the currency instead of the dollar.
It's true. It's true, by the way. That is exactly what happened.
Genius. So he went EU, he went Germany, then he said Iraq, and he said we should nuke.
And let me just tell you right now. Hold on 1 second, buddy. Hold on. I got to tell you right now. It's clear that the EU's plans are going accordingly. They first did 9/11 to make America use the EU. And as that obviously happened, it continued on with Brexit. And as you can all see, that's going swimmingly. And the UK is going to use the EU continuously. Everything's going according to
I think we all know he was onto something, right? Yeah, duh.
The euro, right. I meant to say. Why am I saying the EU? We use the euro. The euro. That's what I meant to say. Yeah. I'm saying the EU. I don't know why. I'm Alex Jones. I don't know what we're talking about. Too much super male vitality.
Yeah, too much of that. Yeah, brain force or whatever.
All the blood is going to the wrong. All the blood is going to the wrong head.
It sounds like. God damn it.
Yeah. But listen, oh my God,
that.
I did what I always do. I say I'm gonna end early, and we're now in 3.5 hours. Was there anything else you wanted to talk about? This was great. The music, the movies, the Alex
I had
Jones.
a great thought to you, man. I have one last thing to add to you. You should probably go to bed tonight, but I just want to send you. I sent it to you, but it was like on the night you were going to bed early, like. Well, not going to bed early. You cut it off early because you started so late. But it was one of my favorite things of Michael, because we were remembering Michael that week, right? Do you remember, like...
When was this? I'm sorry, say it again.
During the week where we were... What?
Say this again, I'm sorry. You cut out a little bit for me.
It was during the week we were remembering Michael.
This
when
year?
You started so late that week, and there was one video clip of... It's a 2-minute clip that... just a random caller called in, and it made Michael laugh so much. It made me laugh a lot, and it cheered me up. So I just wanted you to check it out and see if you remember it. That's all. I'll send it again.
Yes, please
but
send it to me. Yes.
Yeah, it was just it wasn't a great voice, but the content was great, and it made Michael laugh so hard. And I thought that's something. That's why I watched a lot of Majority Report and like them remembering him, and this didn't come up, and it should have come up. It's just I love seeing him so happy. That's all.
I gotta say, there's so many Michael moments that you couldn't.
Yeah.
I mean, I feel like we had so many when I was there. I'm talking like when I started with Michael, 2012 to almost 2016. When Michael came early 2012, and I was there almost till till late 2015. So we were close to 4 years together. I feel like every single day there was something that you could easily pull for a best of. I mean, I can't even remember them all off the top of my head. I mean, there's
you couldn't
so
fit
many.
it all on the show.
Yeah,
it's just this one's so short that I felt like it should also be in a show, like about remembering him, because I just love seeing him so happy in this video. It's 2 minutes long, so
definitely send it to me. I'd love to check it out.
I think you'll like it. I think you might want to show it to people. That's all.
I will definitely.
Yeah. Well, thanks for the great chat, man.
No, thanks a lot. Absolute great call, Daniel. Really appreciate it.
Anytime.
Feel free to call in anytime, for real. Have a great night,
man. I appreciate it. I wish I could be as cool as like Kowalski and like show you my work or whatever, but I'm just a photographer.
Are you in your dark room?
No, you digital, man. I can show you doing some Photoshop. That'd be so cool.
Photographers, real legit photographers, use film, my friend. No, I'm joking.
I mean, I learned on film, but that was in high school in 2003. So yes.
There we go. All right.
I'll just one day I'll call you from a school, I guess, and just show you me taking pictures of kids. I don't know.
Let's not do that.
No, I'm not going to do that. I'm just, that's what I'm saying. I wish I was as cool as Kowalski. So
it's going to be clipped, and this is going to be clipped and sent to Libs of TikTok in 3, 2.
Oh no! God damn it!
Have a great night, my friend. Take care.
Have a good night, man.
Peace.
Later.
Hey, what's your name? Where are you calling from?
Hello?
Hey, you're on the air.
Hi, this is Sigil from Nigeria.
Sigil, how you doing? What would you like to talk about?
I'm good. How are you? Welcome back, first of all. And I wasn't gonna call in, but the last call really got me thinking about all those bands, and I've been thinking about starting a kind of scene here in Lagos. So
let me ask you about that.
Really thinking.
Have you always lived in Nigeria?
Yeah, but I went to school abroad.
Okay.
Overseas.
Oh, where'd you go? You don't have to tell me the school, but what country?
Canada.
Okay. So that I guess that's. I was gonna ask those bands made it over there during the early 2000s. That would have been interesting because they weren't that big, honestly, to even tour. Some of them weren't big enough to tour in certain outside the U.S. So it was interesting.
I was the only one interested.
So did you go back to Nigeria with the swoop hair and everything, and everyone was like, "What's going on here?"
No, the swoop hair, the swoop hair was when I was relaxing my hair in 2000, pretty much my entire life until I went to England and then Canada. Then I went natural. I fully was emo. I was on the tail end of MySpace, and no one was on there with me because everyone had left by that point. So that's where I was.
Oh wow! So you got to Canada or the UK, and you're like, "Oh shit, I'm gonna join MySpace," and it was already dead.
No, MySpace was already dead by the time I was there. I was on Facebook.
Oh, I got it. Okay.
Cringe posting emo stuff. So
got it. So that's interesting. So did any of those bands, whether we're talking about from punk or
no.
None of them made it over there? None of them got.
No bands came over here.
No.
But we do have some
the music
talent. If you want to listen to some Nigerian pop punk, there's Clay Rocks, which she's a great
Oh,
She
what is it?
released a song recently. It's like half Afro pop, half pop punk. So it's
Can you spell
called
that for me?
Amen.
What was the artist name again?
Clay Rocks You. Clay,
Clay?
then ROCKS, the letter U.
Clay?
Yeah,
Like C L A
another,
Y?
yeah,
Clay then
CLAY. ROCKS, the letter U. Clay Rocks You.
Clay rocks you. Oh, look at that. Meet
Yeah.
Nigeria's rock princess. That video just came up.
Yeah,
Cool. I
she's
gotta check.
very like Avril Lavigne, very kind of pop punky. Yeah, she's kind of like one of my
Well, I don't know if
inspirations.
you want to compare her to
And
Avril. I don't know if you
yeah,
want to compare her to Avril Lavigne. Uh,
I think so. Well, like it's a kind of a different thing here. Like that's kind of we don't really have. Well, I wouldn't say that because there's like a lot of metalheads and stuff like that. But like the music scene here isn't like as snobbish as it is overseas. Like if you go into like group chats for rock music, there's a lot of Nickelback fans and Imagine Dragon fans. So it's not like there's no stigma to any sort of band or artist. They just like appreciate the music.
right.
And you know what? Yeah.
No, it's
I
better.
like I can kind of respect that.
I agree. It's better that way, except for maybe someone like Avril Lavigne. But okay, I'll take it. I'll take. No, that's good. No, listen. I don't want to be a. I don't want to be a gatekeeper or anything like that. If you like Avril Lavigne, you
No,
like
I
Avril
get it.
Lavigne.
She was literally like a manufactured product, but like I get it.
But listen, so is
She
the
made
Sex.
bops, though,
So is
but
the
she
Sex
was,
Pistols.
yeah,
So I mean, it is what it is.
yeah,
I
yeah.
gotta check. Wait, look at this. This article.
Also,
This article came out.
and
I'm looking at
sorry, what?
Rolling. I'm looking at Rolling Stone, just 2 months ago. Inside Nigeria's rock resurgence. Are you going through a rock resurgency right now? This photo shows Clay Rocks You, Dan Juma, and Victor Ayula. Are you familiar with any of those people other than Clay Rocks You?
The second one I kind of know, but like I don't really listen to the radio. So, but there's not it's not that prominent. Like you still wouldn't really hear it on the radio,
Got
even
it.
though like even if you try to listen to it, it's more pop like Afro pop, Afro beat.
Right.
So like it's kind of an underground thing. Like they have like gigs, but it's not really as popular as other bands' gigs, other artists' gigs. Um, yeah. But I want to kind of like
It
get a
it would have
music scene started. So like,
it
do you
would have
have
been.
any tips for like booking and
Oh
like
yeah, sure.
engagement, that kind of thing?
Yeah. First, I want to say it would be pretty funny if you did sell me on the fact that like, oh no, punk in Nigeria is huge now, and like I'm imagining like a bunch of like goth kids walking around and. But
No.
and I would say first of all, the most important thing obviously is finding a venue that knows exactly what you want to do and is supportive of that specific thing. Like, I think a lot of venues aren't familiar with punk shows, to be quite frank. They hear bands playing and they think like big concerts and stuff like that, and that's just not what this is. I
Yeah.
mean, you could just literally do a punk show. All you need is a venue. It doesn't even need to be like a professional venue. I did backyard shows. We played in church basements, school auditoriums. We literally played in stores that were not paying their rent, and we weren't supposed to be in there. Like all sorts of various offbeat places. So just find a good venue that's willing to try it out, and then obviously you need the local bands. And listen,
Yeah.
when I was doing shows, booking shows, like physical paper flyering outside of other shows was still a thing, and what you would do to spread the word about your show. I don't see much of that now. So I'm assuming obviously it's all online, but I wouldn't know the first thing like what's if
Yeah, you
there's
got to do like
yeah.
pretty much Instagram and like WhatsApp. That's like where most Nigerians are.
There you go. You would probably
Yeah.
know best for like where to reach them. all ages shows. Again, I was doing this when I was in my teens and 20s, early 20s. And at the time, I guess because my age range and being through it myself and knowing how it feels to get locked out of shows I wanted to go to, doing all ages shows was really important to me. Also because, quite frankly, that music, the demographic is a lot of young people. So finding venues that would do all ages shows was very important to me at the time. Now, I mean, I guess it would probably still, if I got back into doing shows, I don't know if all ages shows would be that necessary, at least because in New York, this style of music is sort of, I guess, more towards people who are looking for the nostalgia than young people. So I don't know. Maybe I'm wrong too. Maybe there is a whole scene of young teens and early 20s who are listening to new bands in New York City I don't know about. I don't think so, because I'm pretty sure I would hear at least through the grapevine, hear about the bands existing. I would say the New York punk scene is pretty dead. Honestly, I know elsewhere in the country that's not the case. But in New York, the punk scene's pretty dead. Like the indie rock scene took it over, honestly.
Probably like bedroom pop as well. That's kind of like a new kind of punk thing.
What was it?
You don't actually need anyone else.
There was
bedroom pop and like indie bedroom. Like
there was never
there
was never a big pop punk or emo scene in New York City itself. New York City was always about punk rock and then indie rock and stuff like that. Emo and pop punk was more, at least for me locally, more of a New Jersey and a Long Island thing. But New York City, never, pop punk and emo was never too big of a thing, comparatively, at least. At least, again, for me, as someone growing up in these scenes in 2000 to late 90s, even maybe to like, early 2010s. Maybe I'm off completely now, but again, I would at least, I think, hear about this stuff through the grapevine, and I just don't.
That's interesting. Yeah. Well, I also kind of wanted to recommend some bands that are like with queer people and people of color, if that's okay.
Yeah, definitely.
Like you were mentioning 303, and I was like, yeah, that's like, I was really into 303, but like their most recent album is so hilariously bad. So I feel like just to balance that out, I should mention some good.
Are they still doing the same style of music?
Well, it's changed a little. Like it would have to have changed a little. Like if they had stayed the same, I think that would have been better. But yeah, it's changed a little.
Okay.
Like they influenced bands like a 100, or is it 100 Gex, or is it 1,000 Gex?
100 Gex. No, 100.
But like, yeah,
100 Gex is actually good. I actually think they're really interesting.
Yeah, they're really good.
So they tried to do the 100 Gex thing and they failed.
I'm like, oh, this is 303. They say that like 303 is one of their main influences.
Oh, really? Okay.
And they've like collaborated with them. Yeah.
Because there was that whole like emo rap, emo hip hop. There was even a name for it so bad. It was called crunkcore. And it got really big in like the mid to late 2000s, early 2010s.
Speaking of sex fest, like if you want to find some sex fest, like throw a rock in a crunkcore concert, okay?
Yes. What was like the biggest crunkcore? But Broken Side. Do you remember that shit?
Broken Side. Oh my god.
Listen, that
I'm not a fan, but the kids like it.
That
was the name of their album.
I did not like that style of music then, and something felt.
Yeah, it was really shit.
It was really
like,
bad.
I was like 15. I was probably like 13, and even I was like, "This is terrible."
It was
like I'm their main demographic, and like this is not music.
Yeah,
it's so bad.
It was really bad. But then when you told me about 303 having a new album, I thought, I feel like that whole style, even though they weren't crunkcore, anything that mixed that the way they did, I think would feel extremely, extremely outdated now. Like it just wouldn't, like it didn't work then. It definitely would not work now. Like that whole genre of music.
especially like their newest album is about like how they're like middle age or almost middle age and they refuse to grow up. So it's like they have an entire song called Skid Marks, and it's a heartbreak song that uses like pretty much like toilet humor to
Ah,
describe how they're heartbroken because their girlfriend broke up with them because they didn't want to grow up. It's so laughably bad,
right.
terrible.
No,
But
absolutely.
I like their like first two albums, first three albums, two, yeah, two.
Right. You know what's funny now to think about it? Crunkcore was screaming and doing like emo vocals and shit over uh uh like a
Like
combination.
garage band hip hop beats.
Yes. Emo hip hop stuff, like that's a big genre right now. But it's basically like
Yeah,
grab those same beats, but just don't scream over it. Just do like somewhere in between
yeah,
of like the singing part of emo and actual like
yeah,
rapping. And that is the big thing right now.
yeah. Like pretty much like just extremely watered down like early Linkin Park is where we're at now.
Right.
It's yeah.
You know, it's
But like
actually,
Willow Smith is actually kind of good at it.
I was just about to say, there's that one fucking Willow Smith song. When I first heard it, I was like, holy shit, what band is this? This is fucking awesome. And then someone told me it was Willow Smith, and I was like, you're shitting me. No way. What's that? Oh, meet me at our spot. I was like, holy
Yeah.
shit, this song is fucking awesome. Who is this? Expecting to hear like some like new upcoming like complete nobodies. And it's fucking Will Smith's daughter. And
Nope.
I was like, no way.
Yeah, she's like actually one of like the good bands, like good musicians out now. And there's also like Meet Me at the Altar, especially their song Now or Never. I've been listening to the riff on that song so much. It's so good. Yeah, also like All Women of Color band and yeah, if you want like some retro stuff, X-Ray Specs is an early like
Oh,
punk
yes.
band,
Oh,
kind of pop
bondage up
punk.
yours.
Yeah.
Yep. 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 Uh,
Yeah.
you were making me think of some of these newer. You know who I discovered like early this year or late last year? I can't remember. This artist Kenny Hoopla. He's like a young black guy doing like old school like pop punk, and it's fucking awesome. And he's not like, it's weird because like he's going as like a solo artist, but it's, I mean, obviously he has a band behind him, but that's like something you don't usually see in like full pop punk music. His songs are pretty good, especially that song Estella. He's got Travis Barker doing drums for it. It's actually really good.
I'll look into that. Sounds awesome.
Uh,
And
no,
well,
who else
what
were you
else
gonna
was I
say? Who
gonna
else were you gonna say?
say?
You were gonna drop before I interrupted you. You were gonna drop some more names.
I think I just had one main name. Rico Nasty, and you probably like she's a hip hop artist, but she also does like she has very like rock influence instrumentals. So if you listen to the song Rage or what's it called? Vaders with BK the Ruler, it's like very it's kind of it's like if Crunkcore was good and had talented people behind it. So yeah, just those things. And yeah, you were mentioning Marvel Comics as well, and I wanted to say like Marvel was my special interest when I was a teen, and now I'm like pretty much over it. Like I've OD'd on that stuff, but I wanted to say like
Are you the same age as me?
Magneto.
When were you a teen?
No,
No. When were you a teen in the?
I'm 26 now, so I
Okay.
was yeah.
We're 10 years
We're
apart,
not
so
that
right.
far.
We're not that far,
Oh,
but my comic era was
yeah.
the '90s, which would not be your comic era because that's at that age that's a big age difference.
Yeah. But it's like
Because I'm
I
pretty
was
sure
into
you were
like
you
like
might
I wasn't just
you
reading the
weren't born
contemporary
when I
stuff. I
was
was
reading
reading
those
like
comics.
yeah, I was like pretty much I got into it because there were movies and I started reading not just like the contemporary comics because we didn't really have comic book stores, so I just got like all the stuff online. But I was just like I wanted to say like Magneto was right about everything. Like Like, how are you gonna tell me Magneto was wrong when there's literally like giant robots hunting mutants? Like, like we can't be doing peace talks, Professor Xavier. It's time to start some mutant brotherhood shit.
Right, but isn't
But
isn't
anyway,
isn't Magneto supposed to? I forgot who Magneto is supposed to represent. Uh,
Magneto's supposed to be like Malcolm X, and Professor X is supposed to be.
right.
Uh,
Yes, that's right. No, I
yeah.
think I think probably there's a middle ground between Professor X and Magneto, which would have been the better of the two. But yeah,
Wow, man, radical centrist Matt.
uh, Magneto a little bit too. You know, he wasn't all.
No, I know. I'm kidding.
No, I know. Listen. I honestly, I just pictured after you said that, I pictured Professor X using his like his mind abilities, Magneto shooting his steel over at Professor X, and then in between the both of them, Andrew Yang pops up saying, "The only way is forward."
His mutant power is he finds the exact center of every room, no matter what. He's magnetically drawn to it.
Right. No, I think you have a point with Magneto. I mean, yeah. I mean, did you? Oh, did you ever watch the '90s X-Men cartoon?
No, not the '90s one. I liked Wolverine and the X-Men. That one was really cool before it got canceled. It was really sad
Oh,
when
I
that
never
one
saw
got
that.
canceled.
You should check out the Fox X-Men cartoon from the '90s. I think that is
Yeah.
the ultimate like animated comic
Yeah,
series.
that one and Avengers Assemble was pretty good. Except,
Oh, right.
there's
See, I would for me, I was a big Saturday morning cartoon. Again, you probably missed out on Saturday morning cartoons, but Saturday
yeah,
morning
we didn't have.
cartoons was huge in the '90s when I was a kid, and X-Men was part of my Saturday morning cartoon lineup, along with the Adventures of Sonic. And what else did I get? The Amazing
Oh
Spider-Man.
yeah, you mentioned you like Sonic Underground and people were roasting you for
No,
being a furry.
it wasn't
That
Sonic
was pretty.
Underground. Sonic Underground was after I was. That's probably was for you, maybe.
Oh
Mine,
yeah, that was for me.
mine was the Adventures of Sonic with Princess Sally, and it had the best.
Sorry, hold on a second.
Yeah, sure.
Yeah? I'm just on the phone with someone.
Ooh, I like this. We're hearing the.
Sorry.
We're getting raw, legit how life in Nigeria right now.
Very embarrassing.
No, don't
So
worry
sorry
about it.
about
No,
that.
don't worry about it. The Sonics, I'll out embarrass myself for you, so everyone will forget about all that. My Sonic show had the the best theme song in cartoon history, where it was like, oh my god, how did it go? It was like blue streaks speed by Sonic the Hedgehog. Sonic, he can really move. Sonic, he's got an attitude. Sonic, he's the fastest thing alive. That best theme
Oh
song
yeah,
ever.
I know that song. I love that.
Best theme song ever for a cartoon. Absolutely.
Sonic has really good music actually.
Yeah.
Like
Yeah.
like across the board, like the games might be bad, but the music's probably like lit.
Yeah, the Sonic Underground had a pretty metal song. I remember it was like Sonic
Yeah.
Underground, and that one came after me.
Yeah.
I watched that one. Oh, I didn't watch that one when I was a kid. I showed my son that. My son is a huge Sonic the Hedgehog fan. Huge. He's already
I
waiting.
must have loved those.
He's already waiting for Sonic 3 to come out. Did you see that they announced when Sonic 3 is coming out? Freaking December 2024. We gotta wait over 2 years for that movie. He's gonna be almost 10 years old when it comes out. Yeah, I thought the Sonic movies were really good. Oh, am I losing you? I think I just got the sound that I might be losing you. You there?
Yeah, can you hear me?
Yeah, I can hear you.
Okay, I was just saying like that's like they're gonna wait till that election's over.
Oh yeah,
Like a really contentious time as well to
Yeah.
release that movie.
I gotta say, Sonic, the first Sonic movie was good. I was shocked how good it was, but the second Sonic movie was like, oh my god, this movie's really good. The one with Knuckles and Tails that just came out this year, really good. I was shocked.
Interesting. Because like usually video game movies are like terrible.
No, it was actually really good, like shockingly good. And because they already built up the human characters in the first one, which was fine. I mean, first one was still a good movie. They really focused on, except for like one scene, which is pretty much just about like the humans, which not the best scene in the movie, but it is what it is. Vast majority of the second movie is all Sonic, Knuckles, and Tails, which is awesome.
That's nice. That's pretty cool.
And
it's ironic that like Sonic is the one good video game movie when they haven't like released a good Sonic game in like a decade.
I gotta say, I was never a big Sonic video game fan. When like in the 90s, when it was Sega versus Nintendo, again, this was a thing when I was a kid. Genesis versus Super Nintendo, you had to be like, it was legit. Like it was like a legit war between these two video game companies. I was always a Mario guy. I wasn't a big Sonic person. It wasn't until my kid got into Sonic that I was that's not true, because I really liked the Sonic cartoon. That was my one Sonic thing. But other than that, I wasn't big into Sonic. Mario was much more my thing. And fast forward to today, and I think Sonic might be this Mario movie is gonna make or break Mario. Friggin' what's his face is Mario.
I don't think so. Like they've already survived one terrible movie.
No, but I mean, what's his face? I'm having a mental block. What's his name?
Chris Pratt.
Thank you, Chris Pratt as Mario. I think that if he's a bad Mario, I think he will ruin Mario forever. I mean, the voice won't matter. Everyone loves the Mario voice. It's a me, a Mario. Everyone loves that voice. If he tries to do some other shit with Mario's voice, it's done. It's done. It's dead. It's dead. No one.
And if he like doesn't try, like if he just does the normal Mario voice, why didn't they just hire a voice actor? That'd be so fucked up. If they just like hire him to do a terrible Mario impression.
Listen, the Mario voice is still the Mario voice guy still does the Mario video game voice. Just let him do it.
Exactly. Just let him do it.
Let's go. I mean, let's do it. Let's do it. It's unbelievable.
Yeah, they like white men will fail upwards always.
Yeah. Oh, Emmy in the chat is pointing out how the way I say Mario slays her. Because I'm a New Yorker, we say Mario. We don't say Mario. We say Mario.
Mario.
If you watch, I'm pretty sure I know in the video game they go. I always hear Peach's voice in my head. Dear Mario. But I'm pretty sure in the Mario cartoon when they have Captain Lou Albano doing it, I'm pretty sure they're going, hey Mario. I'm pretty sure. I might be wrong. Or maybe they might combine it slightly. They may go, hey Mario. They might do it that way. They might do a slight variation.
I think that's what Bob Hoskins did in the movie. It's funny, like in pretty much all media, like Sonic has got Mario beat except video games. Like Mario makes good video games, Sonic makes good TV shows and movies. That's weird.
Yeah.
I think it's just because like Sonic was made in the 90s to like be cool and appeal to like that like radical 90s era of like kids. And like that was like his aesthetic was first, the video game was second. So that might be part of it.
Right. Yeah, I mean, and then they try to think of what other video game character. Yeah, that's the thing. The video game movies. The second Sonic movie is actually the highest grossing video game movie of all time. I was reading, and then, like not because like every one of them bombed so bad. This one actually did like really good. I think it's like one of the top 10 grossing movies this year so far. It was really good. And video game movies usually aren't. The weird thing is remember that Warcraft movie that came out? Did you see that?
No.
Okay, so it was.
I'm not caught up to movies at all.
Okay, this came out a few years ago though. It was really bad, but it was really bad because the human actors they got were horrible. Like literally, like sci-fi movie status, like horrible, terrible, like Z-level acting, really bad. But
was it like an Uwe Boll movie? Because he usually does like the terrible video game.
It might have been, but the orc stuff was actually really good. Like if they just ignored the human plot and just made an all orc Warcraft movie, it would actually been really good. Like the orc stuff was actually, it was well acted. The CGI was really good. The human stuff was just so bad, so bad.
Interesting.
So like, someone should create a Warcraft movie cut that is just the orc scenes, and there you go. You'll have a great, you have another great video game movie.
Yeah, a nice 30-minute video game movie.
Yep. Actually, I think it was probably like half and half, maybe about 45 minutes.
It's just like a TV special.
Right.
Or movie.
Sigil, this was a fantastic call. Thanks for calling in. And nice to hear from you to talk about something other than crypto.
Yeah. I wasn't gonna call in, but like the rock talk got me interested because, like I said, I've been like looking into that. So, thanks.
Listen, definitely with rock and punk music, you don't gotta find a venue. This means to be like a venue. When I'm saying venue, I don't even mean like a club or a bar, or just find a place, just a empty space that will allow you to do what you want to do. Bring in some speakers. Listen, in my experience, if we were doing like a DIY show, just got to bring a PA system. The bands will bring their amps. You don't need anything for the drums if it's a small venue. Everything will be fine, and you just maybe just mic up the bass drum, and that's about it. Everything else is gonna be just fine.
Okay, cool. Thanks for the advice.
Oh no problem at all. And let me know if you do it. I hope you do. Really, let me know how it goes. Keep me up to date on it.
Will do. All right.
Take care.
Thanks, Matt.
Have a great great afternoon, day. What time?
6 a.m. So.
Oh, have a great morning. Take care.
All right.
Bye.
Thanks. Bye.
All right. We're going late here. I'm gonna have to. Sorry, everyone. I gotta call it a night. We're past. We're 1 a.m. Dave from Jamaica is messaging me. All right. Last call because I know what it's gonna be. Here we go to end the night. Kowalski with the cats. How you doing, Kowalski?
Not too bad. Just playing with these little guys real quick, growing like weeds.
They actually are looking like they're looking a little bit bigger from the last time I saw them, without a doubt. But they're still looking like little kitties. They're not too big yet.
Now this one's definitely the runt, but that one's gonna be a huge cat.
I can't see. He's the one who's like most like sitting down all squished up together, so I can't really see how. But yeah, I agree with the one all the way on the right. He's definitely the small one. You could tell.
Yeah, but it's been an interesting evening. I thought you were going to talk a little doom and crypto, but no, it's been mostly like cultural stuff. Like
I think we
gotta say, not much of a punk scene guy. It's my friends and I were laughing because most of the music we grew up with is now on the divorced dad playlist on YouTube, which is absolutely hilarious.
Oh, that's my least favorite. My least favorite genre of music. What are you talking, like Coldplay, Nickelback, stuff like that?
Nickelback, Avenged Sevenfold, Hinder, Daughtry.
Yeah,
all the things that made the aughts the worst time to be alive.
Yeah, that genre is easily my least favorite. Probably up there with like modern country music.
Yeah.
And listen, I love a lot. I really try to be open-minded, even if it's not my jam or my specific. Like, there's great hip hop, great rap, great pop, great old school. The weirdest thing about me is what the fuck happened to country music? How did we go from fucking Johnny Cash to singing about every brand under the book that's paying you to drop their name in their song? I don't understand how that happened.
I think it actually has to do with the consolidation of the record labels. From what I understand, the most profitable thing to do now is disposable party songs. which is pretty much all a lot of mainstream hip hop is, and that's what country basically copied.
But it's it's so to me like the brand name drops in hip hop and pop always feel like they flow so much better. Like it just seems natural. Like those people are, the people who are singing those songs are natural, like or organically into that stuff, whether they were paid to drop the brand in or not. But like in the country music songs, it always feels so egregious. Do you know what I mean? Like the brand
Yeah.
name drop is always so over the top. And you know what? In like hip hop and and pop, they never like make it the like it'll be like a quick mention in a verse. Whereas like country music will go, they don't give a shit, as shameless as ever. The chorus will be like, I got my Bud Light in my hand. Everyone say Bud Light. It's like, oh my God, what's going on here? Give me a break. This is ridiculous.
Yeah. It well, you see, everybody out in the countryside are individuals because individuals all wear Wrangler blue jeans, they drink Bud Light, and they all drive a pickup truck. I think the Bo Burnham deal where he talks about country music is probably one of the funniest stand-up critique bits I've ever seen on
I'll have to
country
check
music.
that out.
Definitely a good time, but
Yeah, but
yeah.
I'll never get how Johnny Cash ended up like whatever modern country. I don't even consider Johnny Cash country. You can't. He's like it's folk. It's more folk country or whatever you want to call it.
There are still some artists out there that do that kind of work, but yeah, it's nowhere near as popular. Though I don't understand why, because everyone's like, "Oh, everybody needs to be more like Johnny Cash." And on Left Reckoning, the David Griscom showed us this. Johnny Cash was starring in some sort of TV show or movie, and he requested to play John Brown. So if that tells you enough about his politics.
Yeah, I mean that's part of it too.
Interesting fella.
Right, we went from yeah. Yeah, but a lot of those early folk musicians that ended up like being thrown in like country music categories had very good politics. Very good politics. I mean, Pete Seeger. Who else am I thinking off the top of my head? What's his face? Oh my God, Woody Guthrie. You know, this machine kills fascists.
Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, it's amazing how that whole genre went. But yeah, it is what it is. What can you do? But the cats are wonderful. You do. Now that I think about it, I do peg you for like a Nickelback Daughtry type of guy. I'm sorry.
Jesus Christ. See, that's the problem. I had two older brothers who always got to decide what we listened to. So, like, any of the nostalgia stuff, it's basically all the things that they chose for it. So, yeah, you got a lot of those kind of songs.
Right. Yeah, well, I like the genre name of divorced dad music because that's totally what it is.
Hold on. Would Linkin Park be considered decent? I mean, half of their stuff was pretty all right, don't you think?
I gotta say, Linkin Park was always interesting to me because, at least around here, I don't know by you, but for in New York, they had a huge fan base of like people who would like be into like techno music and stuff like that. I remember a lot of my friends from like China and Korea were into Linkin Park, like really into Linkin Park. And like wasn't too into a lot of other rock music growing up. So they definitely crossed over into multiple genres. So they might be a little bit of each. I think they can successfully say they're not divorced dad music. That's definitely one they're not.
Yeah.
But they're definitely a little bit of hip hop, a little bit of radio rock. There's definitely the techno influence because they did have a DJ in the band doing some stuff.
I'm kind of just imagining your own personal hell, and it would probably be having to listen to Florida Georgia Line for 12 hours on a road trip. You ever want to hurt yourself? Hurt yourself. Just go listen to Florida Georgia Line. It's the most sellout country music you can think
I'll
of.
have to do that. No, I'm not. I know the name. I don't think I've ever listened.
But all right, it's late. These kittens need to go to bed. So
All right. Have a great
you have a
night,
good one.
Kowalski. Take care. All right, folks. I gotta hang up the phones. I can't keep. Otherwise, I'm gonna go forever. I still gotta get to the super chats. So I'm hanging up the phones. Let me read some super chats here, and then that'll be the night. That'll be our night. We got a lot of super chats. So let's do this. Wait, where are all the super chats? Here we go. Oh, Moa Jeb with a $20 super sticker. A hippo with a V for victory sign. Thank you so much. Renee with a super chat. Washington, D.C., Capitol Hill, ACAB. Donald James with a super chat. Welcome back, Dark Binder Rising. Renee with another super chat. Disappointed that Gorka didn't steal the documents. I answered to a higher power. Only God can judge me. Kowalski with a super chat. I am God. Missing the context there, so probably made more sense. Zachamania with a super chat. Love this new blossoming romance between Serfs Binder. What a week. Thanks, y'all. Zach. Mifune with a super chat. Matt. Oh, $20 super chat from Mifune. Thank you so much. Matt, hope you had a good vacation. Left is best. It was besides losing the phone, good vacation. Dropping the phone in a creek, good vacation. What do we got? Timothy Nelson with a super chat. You think the Alex Jones case had him scared? I think so. I definitely think so. I think that's why he was going balls to the walls to try to see whatever sticks to raise money. That's why he was throwing whatever he could out there. Whatever conspiracy theories about the judge and the Sandy Hook parents and the lawyers and everything, the jury, he was trying to see whatever stuck to raise money off of it from his viewers. Felicity with a super sticker, a red box of popcorn. Thank you so much, Felicity Chevalier. Tripod with a super sticker, with a super chat. Binder, apparently your homegirl Fiorella actually moved to Russia where she's a correspondent for RT per her YouTube channel and IG posts. I did see that. I forgot to mention it on the show. That is amazing. We got to talk about that more when we have more time for sure. Definitely remind me of that, Tripod. You don't have to do a super chat next time if you don't want to. Just definitely remind me that on the next show if you're still watching, please. Or someone remind me of that if you can, please. Renee with a super chat. Gavin Rossdale Bush, you gotta be kidding me. Gotta invite Dan Bachner on. He's a full Soviet. Logan Hill with a $10 super chat. Please do a politics crypto free day for a breath of fresh air one time. Then we can get back to the good fight. I mean, that's what happened the second half of the show, which went on for, more than 2 hours. Cameron says, your chair is, with the super chat, your chair is too white. I need a new chair. I would like a chair. This is the highest this chair goes, which I don't like. I want to be eye level with the camera. And I can't because it's the highest this chair goes, which isn't that high, honestly. So I do want a new chair. Also, I want a chair that ends before my shoulders, so you don't see anything behind me. I think it would look better. I'm thinking about getting a new chair. So there you go. My AirPods just died. But that's okay. I'm not taking calls. Let's go to, I think that's everyone on YouTube. Did I shout out all the patrons? Okay, no new patrons since I read. If you're not a patron, consider joining patreon.com/MattBinder. Really appreciate the support if you can do it. Also, twitch.tv/Matt Binder, and drop that Twitch Prime subscription. That's free with your Amazon Prime subscription if you'd like to. And let's Blue Lizard Guts, thanks for the raid an hour ago. I missed it. I'm sorry. That's one of the drawbacks of doing the multicast. I miss some of the raids sometimes, but I really appreciate it. So we got Famous Horse with 50 bits on Twitch. Thank you so much. $27 and Blue Lizard Guts with raids tonight. Thank you. Really appreciate it. Tim Bob with a 1 month tier 1 gift subscription. Thank you so much to Chopsies1. Thank you so much. 08th Mobile Suit Team subscribe with Prime on Twitch. Thank you so much. What else we got here? Chariot Blonde resubscribe with Prime, a 3-month long subscriber. Thank you. Valinova gave out 5 community gift subs. Wow, thank you. Sid Fishes cheered 500 bits. Tim Bob resubscribed at tier 1. 8-month subscriber. Thank you so much. Oh, the Serfs rated me too earlier. Drip Alert resubscribed at tier 1, 3-month long subscriber. Hey, Binder and Serfs, said Drip Alert with a headbanging emoji. Cool. Speculum Fight resubscribed with Prime, 7-month subscriber. Thank you. What else we got here? Chameleon Comrade subscribed with Prime. Gambuchan 23 subscribed with Prime. Thank you so much. Civilized Planet subscribe with Prime. Thank you so much. Really appreciate it. Agabath subscribe with Prime. Counting Amberjacks subscribed at 1 month tier 1. Thank you so much. Royagachi cheered 1 bit. Thank you. Thank you all so much for all your support. Really appreciate it. Omega Shenron Dragon cheered 100 bits just now. Thank you so much. And finally, before we go, don't forget the Matt Jardy Report, Matt-rathon on Thursday. I will be hosting the first half of the show, all me on the Majority Report. Thursday, 12 noon, all me with Matt Leck joining me, of course. And then second half of the show, fun half with Matt Leck and Brandon Sutton of The Discourse. That's right, I will be filling in for Emma and Sam Cedar on Thursday for the first half of the show. And then after the fun half, I will be jumping on my channel for a Majority Report post show for like an hour and a half, maybe 2 hours. And then I will be seeing you all again at 9 p.m. Eastern Time for your regularly scheduled Scam Economy episode, followed by your regularly scheduled Scam Economy call-in post show. We're looking at like 10 hours of Matt Binder live streams on Thursday. And then I will see you all in a week because I go away after Thursday's show. For a rare second week off in a year. Never happened before, honestly. I don't think I've ever done it. And then we'll be back regularly scheduled every week programming August 30th. Really can't thank you all enough for the support. It really means a lot that not only did you to the patrons who joined, but I was worrying that, we might lose a chunk of people over August because it's a slower month usually, and I'm taking a little bit of time off. People might leave. And honestly, maybe 1 or 2 people had to leave, and each of them said they wanted to come back. It was just, financial issues. Totally understandable. If you got to leave, you got to leave. Take care of yourself and your family first, by all means. This is only... disposable income you should be sending me. Again, I have a full-time job. I wish this could replace that, but I do have a full-time job. I don't want any of you thinking that like without your money, I will starve or my family will. No, my full-time job takes care of all the necessities What you guys are funding is my ability to grow this show. And I want to make sure I always stress that. And I try to do it as much as possible. I don't want any of you thinking otherwise. I know other shows and people might have other situations. This situation is you are funding the growth of this show. That is the main thing. And as the show grows, I give you guys more show. And hopefully one day this will be the full-time thing. But I would not leave my regular work unless this was in a very safe spot to do that. Because I wouldn't want to put... I don't like... listen, other people have to do it. I get it. I personally could not be like, I need you guys to fund me, or I can't pay my... I can't do that. It's not in me. I've always been a terrible self-promoter at that and marketer at that. Can't do that stuff. So yeah. I will see you all on Thursday for the marathon. You'll get plenty of me that you're not even going to realize I'm gone next week. Until Thursday, have a great day. Have a great night. Have a great Wednesday. Have a great Tuesday. Have a great whatever day it is where you are. And I will see you all next time. Oh, wait. Someone dropped a super chat. Can't miss it. Logan Hill with a super chat. Think of it as a variant cover. Good night. Have a great night, everybody. I will see you all. Oh, wait, what's this about Discord in the chat? Oh, if you're a patron and you don't have a Discord invite, message me on Patreon. I will get you that Discord invite. Message me on Patreon. I will send you a personal link to join the Discord. Eventually, I will set the Discord up again on the Patreon now that I have that fixed, I think. So it happens automatically. But if you're already a subscriber on the Patreon, message me on Patreon. I will send you a personal Discord invite. And with that being said, I will see you. M3G says, gotta be on Patreon. LOL. I'm thinking about opening it up to everybody. Let me just get the patrons in. And then I will open like a bonus, I figure out how to do like a locked group for them in the Discord. So they do get something special. Gotta give the patrons something special. And then have a few rooms open for everybody. Because I you know me, I hate paywalls. I give you guys as much free shit as possible while also giving paying people a bit of a bonus somehow. Because, if you're paying, you should get something a little extra. I'll figure something out. Stay tuned, I promise. All right. Cameron said I did that and you never replied. If anyone who sends me a message today, I will get to first thing tomorrow with the Discord links. So if you've already sent me a message about it, send it to me now so your message goes to the top of the Patreon inbox. I will do first thing tomorrow morning. I will go through my Patreon inbox, and whatever's up there asking for a Discord link, I will copy and paste a personal Discord invite to each of those messages. So I will do that, I promise. All right. Have a great night. See you all on Thursday. Take care, everybody. Oh, wait, that's right. Who should I raid? Who do I raid? Who do I raid on Twitch? I almost forgot to do it. I can't waste that. Who should I raid? Who's Tofu Ghost? Who's Tofu Ghost? Someone said Tofu Ghost. Raid Tofu Ghost. What do they do? What are they watching? We got Tofu Ghost. We got Riverboat being suggested. Who's Vomit? Raid Vomit? I don't see vomit. Or is it vom eat with 2 eyes? What are they doing? I rate Progressive Brat a lot, and I'm happy to do so, but let's try rating someone else. All right, let's do Tofu Ghost. I'm unfamiliar with her streams, but I've never rated her, so let's do it. I am now going to raid Tofu Ghost. All right. See you all next time. See you all Thursday. That's what I should say. Take care.